Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be trying out a mod, and we are going to be taking a look at this mod before we try it out, and so let's get into doing that. The name of the mod is The Great Revision. So if we come into the browser here, we have it pulled up in terms of what's going on, and this changes a whole bunch of stuff. Hey Marcus, how's it going? So let's read through this. 75 new companies and also global economic synergies. As far as I know, I saw someone playing this on stream. There are also a ton of extra modules for this mod, so we don't have any of the modules installed, so maybe we don't have the feature that we were looking at, but it has tons of new technology for a variety of countries in what we had seen, and I thought that that was really interesting, a way to give specialization and allow you to have an actual active differentiation of economies, and to that end it also improves the trade system. I think the trade system would just be improved by them increasing convoys massively, and to some extent we can see that here if we take a closer look at the numbers. That tiny sliver of green that Italy has in positive convoys, that's 11k. It says that we're importing, or is this exporting, 20,000 units of fabric from the USA, 8,000 groceries, 7,000 sulfur, and so just in terms of volume of trade, these volumes are very, very large relative to what you get in vanilla. Hey Dragon, how's it going? Happy Friday, Gene. How's it going? Was it Friday? Oh man, I thought it was Saturday. Jesus. We got up for the Saturday stream. I guess we're streaming Vic 3 on a Friday, eh? Okay, so we are going to be... we are going to be continuing it here. We are going to have new laws and ministries. We're going to be taking a look through some of these. And this is going to be... give, I guess, more ways to play, but also a little bit of tinkering under the hood, taking a look at things. How's it going, Gene? Better Italian unification. We always love better unifications. We see better German unification with a couple of new buttons. Start the Blitzkrieg. We move fast. If we launch an attack on the Danish territories, etc., mostly etc. But we have a lot, or we have a couple new options about how to unify. 14 new ministries / institutions. Bro, what happened to your face? Bro, what do you mean? It's always been this ugly. I don't know what you're talking about. The days start blending with each other. Yeah, I also went to bed at 5, so, like, there's that. The new fiscal reform. Finance has always been something that in-game, or in vanilla, finance just, like, kind of isn't addressed in some sort of way, so kind of excited to see what this does. We see that it changes production methods. I heard trade, who are we tariffing? Not like this. Shout out to America. The tariff... Look, if you want the tariffs to accomplish what tariffs are supposed to accomplish, you actually need to put them through. So, like, this pump faking with the tariffs repeatedly, like, actually makes no sense unless you're just trying to cause chaos and, like, upset allies, basically. If you want to protect your own domestic industries such that those industries can come up and thrive in this type of thing, okay, put the tariffs through. If you want to have free trade so that you can have specialization, and get the benefits of comparative advantage, okay. But like this, like, thing where you just make businesses operate on 30-day cycles, right? So they have an order, and then when they pay for it is when it arrives at the port of entry. So that means you have to know more than 30 days ahead of time what your price is going to be, and if you don't know if a tariff's going to be on the good or not, it is, like, tremendously difficult for you as a business to do anything. So it's really bad economically if you don't know what's going on. And also, people who want to start their own business, because it is now going to be a protected industry, they don't know if they should start the business or not, because they don't know if they are going to benefit from the prices being driven up because there are tariffs, or not because there aren't going to be tariffs. No, I mean, like, your beautiful beard is gone. Oh, not the ugly bit. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, Generalist, excited to see the mod. I'm excited to take a look through it as well. 3 new character interactions. Realign party leadership. Start a propaganda campaign. Start a discredit campaign. Okay. You can increase or decrease attraction of the IG through his leader. This seems like something that they explicitly wanted to get rid of in vanilla. But okay. Have a chance to make characters gain new skills and attract more pops to their interest group. Ooh. I guess these are events? Or are these events that arise from the character interactions? Use the mud machine to decrease the popularity of politicians. Now companies incentivize private investors to construct more buildings related to them. They were kind of already doing that. New strategies. There's going to be 3. War economy, consumer goods economy, and this is going to, I assume, cause the AI to actually try and specialize in a particular good, which will allow you to try and trade more with them. Set your foreign focus. It's going to have some options. Invest in specific sectors of your economy. So this is an interesting one that allows more specialization, so that's cool. We haven't seen anything for new unique text related to specific nations. Maybe that is one of the modules. I was kind of excited to take a look through that. So I'm going to take a brief look on Steam here and see if not like this. Sasko is the maker of this mod. As far as I know, he also makes Cold War era or works on Cold War era. So I assume this could just be everything already all together. Yeah, it sounds like all these modules are already what's in the base thing. So let's get into game and take a little bit of a closer look here at what we're cooking with. I'm not really sure who we're going to be playing. I don't think either Mexico or Canada have reversed their retaliatory tariffs, did they? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure they should either. Let's take a look at Prussia and see if we have unique technologies. And we can make me think about who we want to play as here. So kind of taking a look in and see if technology. Do we have anything stand out in production? No. Nothing stands out. Anything stand out here? No, that looks right. I was about to say that looks right, but that doesn't look right now, does it? That doesn't look right now, does it? Does this look right, chat? I really like specialization, and maybe this mod is really possible. I think that's the idea. Chat. Chat, one of these things is not like the others. It's not any new technology, but it is a little bit of some novelty here. Okay, so we have that. Let's take a look at the, I guess to make explicit what's going on here, chat, is we start out with a tier 5 tech. This mod seems insane. I really like specialization, but maybe this mod is really possible. Wait, you get those? That's weird. Yeah. It's not as different as the economic and finance mod. The economic and finance mod does a lot. So, take a look at companies. We have German Heavy Industries already slotted. We have several companies already slotted in. German Heavy Industries is already slotted in. Is this a unique company? It's Rheinmetall, but it's been renamed German Heavy Industries. Okay. Okay. If we look at attainable companies, we can maybe see something a little bit new. Toledo is generic. I wonder if they'll have all the mod-added companies at the bottom. I don't think they will because it is in alphabetical order here. I really do wish there was some sort of filtering system. Looking through companies is always kind of a bit of a vibe. This is just generic. Premium Glasswork Ltd. That sounds like... Eastern Guangdong. Alright, fair. This looks like an added company. As does the British Premium Furniture one. Persian Plantations. I think that's in vanilla. My brain is hurting at the 4 industries. Maybe this isn't vanilla. This mod seems omega scuffed. This is not vanilla with 5. I'm very confident there's nothing with 5 different industries in vanilla. This mod seems omega scuffed? How does it seem omega scuffed? What do you mean? We do see a lot of things with the same image. Indian Plantation Company. Again, nothing with that many in vanilla. So just kind of cruising through. I think that we will just kind of adapt rather than necessarily trying to look at every single company before getting started. But this is not vanilla. Osterweiche Waffenfabriks Geschaft? Something like that. Sorry, my pronunciation. John Cockrell would always be nice. Nokia is always nice. Lil Pal Brow & Co. is also great. Yeah, okay. Looks like a little bit of some new faces. Not necessarily too much. 75 over the course of the entire map. Let's take a look at laws, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Some have no bonuses. It might just be best to have, or it might, having enough, if you have like 5 industries and no bonuses is probably okay. I think in this mode it's best to play as a subject to focus more on the new mechanics. Really? Interesting. Alright, I know we're just going to briefly look through some of the laws we know to see if there's different options, but there's probably not going to be too much in the way of new options. Don't see a different economic system. Weird to see the economic system off to the left under power structure, but maybe that is power structure. Yeah, the truth hurts. And then here's local economies is a new one. So economic decentralization, extra state construction efficiency, that's a hefty modifier. But minus tax collection. Does this decrease the amount that is taken? Is this a money deletion modifier? This seems like a money deletion modifier, but I don't think I've seen tax collection as a modifier in game. I'm trying to remember. We have tax efficiency, tax waste type of things, but I don't think efficiency is one. I don't know if this is taking more money from the pops and then it disappearing, then that's a really bad thing. But perhaps it's offset by the free money modifier of the contribution efficiency. Something like this. Low-key, journalists can't speak German, shake my head. 9! When I taught chess to kids, I used to love making the joke where it'd be like, could you say no in German? Or sorry, what was it? Do you know what 9 means in German? And then they would say no, and then I'd say, that's correct. And then the kid would be like, what? And then I'd be like, what? And then their parents would laugh. Yeah. You can separate tax. I'm not sure I like the separating of tax because it like trivializes your ability to go onto different tax systems. I thought it was Civ 7 tonight. Happy to see mod in Vic 3. Yeah, I accidentally started the wrong mod. Minus tax collation is a modifier that lacking tax capacity gives, so it deletes money except for consumption taxes. Yeah, so I have to imagine that this is probably bad. if that's the case. So, Hamkutz, getting a kid's parents to laugh at a joke they don't get is the best way to get them on your side. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of jokes I did for myself. I was very amused when I, minus the government dividends reinvestment, plus efficiency, plus state construction efficiency, minus tax collection. That seems fine enough. Oh my god, what was it? There was like a philosophical like distinction. And like I mentioned it and then I was like, you guys don't want to hear about that. And then the kids are like, we want to hear about it. I'm like, I'm 100% sure you don't want to hear about it. And then they're like, we want to hear about it. And I was like, you guys don't. And then they're like, we do. And then I was like, fine, I'll explain it. And then I explained some like college level philosophy distinction. And then they were like, yeah, you were right. We didn't want to hear about it. And I was like, see, I told you so. And I can't for the life of me remember what it is now. But we have administrative centralization, bureaucracy institution cost modifier. That's not too bad if you don't have a lot of institutions. Minus government dividends reinvestment, plus government dividends efficiency. Minus reinvestment. So this is not a modifier we would want early on, because reinvestment is bugged and is super huge. Economic centralization, plus institution cost modifier. I mean, these things look interesting. The extra efficiency, so it's if base efficiency is still 25%, which it might not be, and you get this, that's going to get you 60% efficiency. If you can get 100% efficiency then. If economic system gives plus 40 or less, this gives 40% efficiency. So you can go command economy in this mod and have 100% efficiency if you go command economy plus, economic centralization. Which I mean, maybe that's viable then. That's a quite a strong one. It feels like decentralization is better for the economy, even though you're free deleting 20% of tax. So it's not a negative money modifier, you just get less tax overall. I don't. The final amount, to me, implies that it is a money deletion modifier, because if it still extracts the same amount, but less reaches you, then it is a deletion. But, at the same time, you have free money modifiers and reinvestment. Have you noticed any effects from the minor rebranding, or too soon to say yet? You mean in terms of me doing more Civ 7 stuff? The Civ 7 stuff just doesn't do anywhere near as well as the Vic 3 stuff, but that's expected. I would have to build an audience for Civ 7 for it to do as good. Let's take a look at foreign policy. What country are we playing as? I don't know. No one suggested a country based on what we're taking a look at. We could try and go command economy, because command economy actually seems like somewhat viable here. Play as Afghanistan to get 110% efficiency. Bruh. You should if Germany, you should decentralize a bit. Germany makes sense because they have Prussia content, but no specific law focus. Okay, diplomatic embassies, minus 50% infamy decay. 5 max Ministry of Foreign Affairs investment. Okay, well that we don't know what it does. So, Ministry, okay, here's what it does. Intelligentsia, political strength, influence, intelligentsia, pop attraction, and max Ministry of Treasury institution investment. we don't know what that does. If that's a really big economic modifier, it could be worth offsetting the infamy decay. I assume it's not. But if the AI actually builds, look, you could create massive economies if the AI would actually build without conquering. One of the reasons you have to conquer is because the AI doesn't build anything. And so, yeah. Hi, you can play Persia if you want. Hey, Lord Mac Carl, how's it going? So, alright, reinforces foreign perception, 25% authority, plus radicals from low legitimacy. And then we have here, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that gives extra juice to the landowners. Looks like they might all give max Ministry of Treasury investment of up to 1. And generally the way that these modifiers work in terms of the math is you have to get, they round down, so you would have to get 5 levels of this. Military expansionism, extra infamy generation. I don't think we would want that. And we see that we would get experience gain, advancement speed. And then mobilization speed. Invite foreign investors. Hopefully, I think my camera's blocking some of this, so we'll read it out loud. Industrials pop political strength. So the thing it gives is just minus leverage resistance. And then plus industrials political strength and pop attraction. 5% investment pool contribution efficiency. Looks like on everyone, including the clergy. And that's kind of it. Probably foreign investors would be the one we'd be interested in going. But okay. Netherlands are cool, just go min-maxing, leave Beijing alone. Just don't go min-maxing. I meant to do thumbnail pictures, a bit short, snappy top list videos. Feels like you're playing into the YouTube algorithm a bit more. It's good, by the way. Yeah, I mean, like, everyone loves top lists. I don't know, I should just do more of them. I kind of think that, like, I think that top lists are a little bit less interesting in general. Like, for me, like, I'm not as interested in watching top lists, but people seem to like them, and whenever I do them, they request more of them, so I should maybe just do more of them. Persia would be cool too. On board with a minor power-ish. This mod will unbalance the game. Yes. It will. The game balance will be changed by the mod. Ooh. Plus trade route competitiveness and minus trade route cost. Pro specialization market. Ooh, trade route volume. And isolationism, of course, is not something we're going to read because we're not going to do it anyway. Tax Department Act. Okay. Let's take a look. I think these are going to be the same for the health systems and stuff. I mean, we didn't gloss over them, but we have fiscal reform on this stuff. And this disallows multiple production methods. These production methods being the ones that change our taxing. Income and profits, progressive taxation. Okay, so maybe we need to pass the progressive taxation thing in order to be able to differentiate taxes based on class. We have pollution regulations. Plus 20% effects of pollution. Top lists, I swear I heard top lists. I was very confused. I do be packing some heat in that department. Do you think it will cause a ton of lag? Nothing I've seen that causes lag. The creation of new buildings is, like, really what causes lag. Hot tub stream. There's a guy who gives, like, shitty online advice, and it's just some, I don't know, like, guy in his, like, late 20s, early 30s, and he has, like, his face painted like a frog, and he's just got, like, this massive, like, this guy's on Twitch, like, his face is painted like a frog, he's just got these massive, like, man titties hanging out, he does it with no shirt, and I think it's just a very funny premise. Let's see. Minimal pollution regulations, we get negative throughput, but pollution effect reduction, and Ministry of Treasury institution investment. I assume that we would want to go at least level 1 in this. Interesting. Boost up the rural folk. Agricultural investments would allow us to specialize more in agriculture. Is there a downside to this? Negative tax income. As far as I know, this is not a negative money modifier. This just takes less. Unless I'm mistaken. Which, you know, it do be like that. But we have to choose one. We could either do, like, the rice, the plantations, or the fishing. I mean, I think in general, the fishing is a lot harder to get throughput on, so fishing is probably just going to be best. In terms of juicing the economy. You won't take as much income from them, though, because you won't tax. We have mining investments, logging, and oil investments. Oh, baby. Extra political strength to engineers is something we're kind of a fan of, so I'm guessing it's mining. The thing is like, throughput is a little bit harder to achieve on oil and logging. It's actually probably whatever you don't have a company for, if that's the case. And public investments, a little bit of an interesting. That could be you, generalists? Yeah, just giving shitty, like, online advice. I like your video styles. I adore the 2-hour-long spreadsheet essays, but after a long day's work, 25 minutes on top of top 10 releasables is good. Yeah. I was making it just like a top 10 list, and then I realized that, or top 10 releasables, and then I was like, or top 5 releasables, and then I realized that all the ones I was suggesting were just ones I would want to play, because they're good at playing tall, and they have resources, and like this type of stuff. I watch him, I love his advice sessions. You do? He is like, I haven't watched him in a long time, but he was like a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me for a while. It's just like, could you, I don't remember the name of his Twitch. If you know it, please put it in there. Sounds like a great sage. Todd, it's Toad PhD. I love his advice sessions. There we go. On Twitch. I like... like, just people call in, like, with troll questions, and then he, like, just, like, tells them off, basically. It's very funny. He's just, like, got man tits and a fan. This type of fan. I was going to suggest fishing investment, but it's a good idea. I was going to meme suggest fishing investments. Fishing industries are really good. They don't have a lot of throughput. But you know what? Fishing investments, to be fair, if we think through this a little bit, one of the things that my brain is getting worse at, like, intuitively thinking through is that whenever you're getting a modifier, if you're applying it to a higher level of total construction in your economy, generally that's better. So one of the reasons it's really good to have a tool company is because tools, in terms of the amount of construction in your entire economy, is going to be the biggest proportion, basically always. Hi, how are you? Hey, I know you're not playing Argentina, but I want to know if I'm the only one who finds it so difficult to start with. It's a little bit slow to ramp. Don't be so hard on yourself. I cast your last stream, and I was thinking to myself, you look like you've lost a bunch of weight since we first started watching vids a year ago. Wait, what? That's just because I shaved, if you think I've lost weight. I've gained some serious weight in the last 8 to 10 months. Like, packing it on fast. Manufacturing investments, consumer buildings tax income, consumer buildings throughput. This is, I guess, light industry buildings. I'm assuming light industry buildings are all the ones that are 600 construction costs, and then heavy industry buildings as well here. Oh, it lets us know. Tooling, chem, synth, motor industry, shipyards. Motor industries? And this is explosive steel. Is it motor industries 800 construction cost? So I guess they kind of got their own thing in terms of that. Or am I just like super not remembering? Yeah, it is 800, so it's not based on construction cost. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Military sector investment. Military building throughput. But okay, okay, so we kind of have an idea for what that is. I think that these are just all going to be the same. Very curious that they've just reorganized everything, it seems. So, because national supremacy would be power structure normally. Migration controls just kind of looks the same. Wait. This is different. National negotiation. Oh, that's just a different name for... I think that looked relatively close to the... There might have been a little bit thing different. Number of work days. They brought back standard loyalists from SOL changes. Just for this. Radicals and loyalists... Unregulated working hours. Well, this just seems like strictly better, eh? Well, no. So, if this is the only source of that, you generate at baseline when you decrease in SOL, you generate more radicals than you do loyalists. So if you have this and you wobble back up and down, you will actually increase radicals overall. So in theory, you're increasing radicals with that, and there's not very a good way to undo it. So, Sag. Okay, hey Mercy, how's it going? I don't see you in the streams too often. How it be? I guess I don't stream in the morning on weekdays that often, so if you're operating in a professional capacity right now, then it would be unlikely. I would have to stream weekdays for you to come through one of my streams. But how's it going? I saw that the new poll was posted. I just did a podcast on the topic, and then I was like, oh wow, that's convenient. Like, in terms of, like, overlapping theming, because I just did a podcast with Tarkus on the topic of narrative. But we are still thinking of who we should play here. You guys wanted to play someone kind of smaller, ish? We could maybe... Oh, bro, everyone loves the opium run, huh? If we could specialize, then we could export opium for everyone. Why does it affect throughput? Like, it should affect workforce ratio instead? That makes sense. Doesn't make sense. I'm not sure it makes sense. No, I think that this makes sense because each industry, each building would be more productive with unregulated work hours, right? Sokoto and make an investment empire. Well, let's see if Sokoto starts off with all this extra tech. I have a sneaking suspicion you have to be European to get the extra tech. Ah ha ha. Let's see if Persia has a little bit extra. Hey, Persia starts out with macro. We haven't done Persia in quite a while. I need to watch that then. It's about 6, so I'm off the clock. Just thought I'd drop in and say hi, possibly lurk. Ooh. Nice, nice. Hello. Yeah, the time in which that overlaps with when you're at work and I would reasonably be streaming is like kind of a little bit small. If you're in the Sweden office, which I'm assuming you are. If you were in the Spain office, then that would be less the case. But it's a 3-hour podcast, so maybe you don't need to like watch through the whole thing. But Tarkus is like primarily He's like half CK and half Victoria 3, and we were talking about narrative just in general in Vic 3. So I'm curious to see what the questions are on that survey. We're gonna have to go through it. Canada run starting as New. Oh, I do like the idea of Canada starting as New Brunswick. Let's see if we get the tech. I do want to start off with someone who gets macro. I think that they're trying to tell you something with that. Do you take suggestions? I don't think I've seen anyone play Sweden in Vic 3. You've never seen someone play Sweden in Vic 3? I do take suggestions. Let's take a look at Sweden. I mean, people were expressing a desire to not see a GP. So I was kind of thinking a GP would maybe allow us to kind of take a look at some of the mod stuff a little bit better, and that Italy and Prussia would make sense because there's unique content for Italy and Prussia specifically. So I kind of like Italy. It's 9 a.m. here. Do a no unrealistic border challenge. I dare you, sir. You know, this mod would maybe be like one where like you could do a Switzer Lake, considering trade volumes are much higher. Sweden is literally the tutorial country. Yeah, but no one plays the tutorial. No one, people just jump in and play what they want to play. I feel like. I haven't completed the tutorial. But two Sicilies, Scotland specifically. Scotland would be an okay one. Releasables are good, because we would have the tech of Great Britain. I assume Great Britain starts out with all this stuff. But then we would also have the Scottish land. Which is kind of... It's not terrible, but it's not very good. Sardinia-Piedmont does start with it. Connor says Sardinia-Piedmont now. I think that we're kind of like in Sardinia-Piedmont. Papal state to restore the Roman Republic. Oh, we could do that. Italy starting as Tuscany. Okay. Tiny Greek British island and make the UK subjugate the world for you. This is definitely something you could do. This is probably the better way to form Byzantium. I haven't taken a close look at it, but the Ionian Islands, they're a protectorate, right? So you could still start plays, but Great Britain will join almost every play, and a little bit less fiddling than starting as Greece. But Sardinia-Piedmont does have the good resources. I suppose let's see if Tuscany starts out with the extra tech. Really seems like they're just like either play this it seems like they're trying to tell you play this country or don't play this country. Country is mod supported or not. You meant you're in Scotland? Oh, you're in Scotland? Scotland specifically? You are. Got it. So you remote work from Scotland? Interesting. So then that means you have to get to work extra early, or do you have different hours, different from the office? Why do you start with macroeconomics? Something the mod is doing, and I'm kind of about starting with macro. I really want, I want 5% mappy, dog. But also urbanization per urban center is like a pretty big deal. But one thing the mod is trying to do is increase volume of trade by quite a lot on a bunch of different axes, and one of them is macro. Portugal inform Iberia. Alright, let's take one look at Portugal, and then we'll start a poll. And see if Portugal does... No, they don't get it. So we'll maybe do a very brief poll here. So let's do either Persia or who play. almost like hoopla. We could do Persia, I think was one. Sardinia-Piedmont. We haven't played the Ottomans in a hot minute. Let's actually make sure that they have the thing. And then the other thing, this mod specifically has flavor for Prussia, so we'll put Prussia there as well. Even though you guys were kind of seemed a little bit more into the smaller type of start. You also got all the companies. Yeah, this is having a bunch of company slots is also really nice. Although I usually like this mode, I believe it was a good decision to add macroeconomics to certain tech to certain countries. I mean, it's definitely... They could have just given people macro only instead of all this, but this is one of the reasons why trading is hard, is mapping. Trade, for those of you who don't know the old history of Vic 3 before 1.5, which was a year and a half ago, trade had just gotten nerfed, and before that I think it had gotten nerfed. The convoys got nerfed 2 patches in a row, but in 1.2, 1.3 ish, trade was just so unbelievably powerful in Victoria 3, and you could really, really specialize in certain things. And what the meta evolved around was you forcing as much trade down other people's throats to maximize throughput as much as possible. So you would just build only tools and export a ton of tools to other people. And you would put down one, in order to have an advantage to overcome the costs of trade, all it would take is you would just put down in your highest population state, because you didn't care about MAPI, you would just put down manufacturing industry edict, and then in your place with the most resources, you put down encourage resource industry edict, and you would just go for it. I can work anytime technically, but I'm only an hour behind the office, so usually I'm awake and working when they are. It seems like coordinating with the office would just generally be... In my zero experience opinion, that's not worth anything. It seems like coordinating the offices would generally be something that's good. But you just have an amount of tasks that you have to accomplish in a given workday or a week, then, I suppose. I think that that makes sense for a community manager as well. Sometimes that it seems like that's having you available to put out fires and be more on call seems good. Absence of macro on many countries disincentivize the player to pick other countries. Yes, so this is why we're going to play one of the ones that has macro. It's funny to think that Persia has macro when Tuscany does not, but such is the thing. Glad you're back on Vic 3. We're doing... I mean, I'm still going to play Civ, but I actually thought it was Saturday for the Saturday stream, but it's Friday, so my confusion is going to lead to 2 Saturday streams. But one of them's going to be on a Friday. Looks like you guys are feeling Persia and Sardinia-Piedmont, so we will do a runoff poll here between the two of those. There is stuff of unique flavor for Italian unification. But in fact, in this mode, you can trade very great volumes even without MAPI tech. That's what I'm assuming. Look at this number of convoys, dogs. That's a lot of convoys for the Ottoman Empire to just have. Pretty much, yeah, you were on the money. I'm glad my uninformed opinion is comports with the experts. How is Civ doing views-wise compared to Victoria 3? The views are really low, but, the average subs I get per video is really high. Where's the poll? The poll is on YouTube. You know what? We're going to give democracy... We're going to bring democracy to Twitch. The Twitchers have spoken. We're bringing democracy. But not the full poll. We're just going to do Sardinia-Piedmont versus Persia, because people can't do rank order voting. Even when we're it's rank order voting, there's always You have to drag and reorder them. And then they're like, what's straw poll? Alright, we will link it so that the Twitch people can vote. Power to the people. Normally we just do the polls through YouTube because there's like 4 or 5 times as many YouTube people. But we will see. Epilepsy warning here with the start. Persia has micro. Did Ottomans have it? Yes, both have microeconomics. So the meme run, which is just like, I feel so bad for content creators post 1.5 who try and do the meme run of I'm gonna export opium to everyone, because trade is so bad. The exporting opium to everyone is so bad, and so like the meme run just like doesn't really work. That was close and quick. Damn, the results didn't even add up to 100%. I call rigged. We're having a special Russia election here today. My usual problem is you need to have all the companies affecting production of certain goods. For example, if you have iron plus tools company, you will have great shortage of coal and steel. But you can import them. Behold, trade. Although revised trade helps to mitigate the problem. Yeah, this is like the way it should be, you know? The economies were not like autarkic back then, and the way the game incentivizes you to play now, they're like completely autarkic. And it wasn't always this way. I feel like so Victoria 3 old, because it's been like a year and a half since trade was good. But trade used to be really powerful. Now trade is like, back in my day we had free trade, and things have like completely changed. This is one of the reasons why we haven't done an updated trade video, because like it's just kind of like shrugs. Like the trade metagame is not actually even about trade, it's about expanding so you have trade adjacencies, because overland trade requires 0 convoys are really expensive, and so you basically, your trade is just gated entirely by like how much overland routes you can get. And so like to the extent that you care about trade, it's like, here, let's jump back into game real quick. To the extent you care about trade, it's like doing stuff like getting Brunei so you have an adjacency to Qing, so you can trade with them, or taking, this is probably the best state to take in the entire game. It renamed Amur when you take it with the European, but this gives you adjacency to Russia and Qing. So now you can do overland routes with Russia and Qing. You know, you're supposed to take something up here so you have an overland route with Persia. Great Britain and France, generally you just get one kind of with normal play and you don't need to actively seek it. But like, you're like, oh, you take Guatemala so it gives you an adjacency with Mexico. And this is what trade in Victoria 3 is like. Hey, typical anime girl, rated with 3 viewers. Hey, big nice, welcome to the stream, everyone. She's just like other girls. Anime girls, that is. It's, what's the... it's... It's like the I'm just like other girls girl, but the reverse. I'm not like other girls girl, but the reverse is the typical girl announcement. I'm just like other girls. Have you seen the World War I mod? 1913 Gathering Storm? I saw that. I think that one's relatively new, right? Iran sounds interesting. I think it does too. True, says typical anime girl. Big true. True if big. Alright, let's see how the poll's going. It looks like it's going Sardinia-Piedmont's way. This is fine. There is flavor for Italy. Viva Italia. It's gonna be nice. Thank you for the follow, typical anime girl. Were you playing Vic 3? Alright, let's jump in game. Let's play Sardinia-Piedmont. Yep, was just published, but I'm glad we're getting full World War I mod. I mean, maybe if that mod's like good, we'll have to take a look at it. I usually hear through the grapevine mod suggestions and then kind of go that way. We're not gonna, we don't care about getting achievements, so we're not gonna like do We're fine just swapping stuff on over. If naval stuff is reworked for 1.9, hopefully the devs will get the trade by sea problems fixed. Having land trade cheaper versus sea is just wrong. Yeah, who was I playing as? I was playing as Ukraine. And, like, what felt meta playing as Ukraine was literally just carving a path over to Beijing so that I wouldn't have to pay for convoys, so that we could overland, you know, through Mongolia and, like, the steppes up here. Well, actually, I think these are the steppes, but just ship everything overland through all this rather than by boat, because you pay 0 convoys on that shipping. The World War I mod is pretty cool. You've checked it out, Connor? Playing the great game World Conquest with Great Britain. Nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Dude, is this a normal amount of Sardinia-Piedmont construction? Base 50 construction. Interesting. So that's the first, like, striking thing, I suppose. We will probably want more construction sectors. Oh, what? What? We start out with 40 more levels of mines than, like, normal. Okay, let's take a look at what companies we have slotted. We have textiles, we have logging, we have some metals. I think we'll disband this. And maybe take a look at what else we could put in instead. We do have incentive to try and think through what we want to specialize in and go that route, whether it's consumer goods or light industries or mining or this type of thing. They've been taking far too long at 1.9. Looks like I'll be pirating yet another DLC unless they actually treat the community how we deserve. I mean, they might treat the community how we deserve. The truth hurts. Look, I think the dev team for Victoria 3 is relatively small, and as such, like, the pace of improvement of the game, I think you have to like some sort of reasonable expectations, but the less money that the game takes in, the less likely they will be to expand the development team. Just as a general heuristic. I think if you enjoy the game and you play a ton of hours on the game, you should support it financially. Just as a general heuristic here. We don't get any extra value from getting really stacking companies. And so... Netherlands munitions, Netherlands arsenal. I guess we're going to... maybe take over Greece or something. Imagine if Vicky 3 had 2 teams like Hoy or Stellaris, Sag. This mod is overcooked and spiced in a weird way. Interesting. It's not my fault Paradox got themselves into a DLC spiral and Vic 3 still sucks. What do you mean by DLC spiral? You're gonna need to... I'm not sure exactly what you mean with that one. Okay, but us just having... Our extra mines are spread out, Sag. We can't just put down mining... Well, with a bunch of extra combo... I was about to say... we want to try and expand, particularly in Piedmont, because the convoy cost to connect this will be annoying, but I guess it won't be annoying. So we could expand in Sardinia, but we have less arable land here, so it's going to be harder for us to get higher pops, so we're going to encourage manufacturing. Ah. We must have services investment enacted to do that. Do these do different things? Okay. Fair enough. We'll do some of this and this. And we will maybe... We have to have services type economy. Services investments. I wonder how much urban centers in total are the economy. University building throughput is nice as well, but if this is what turns on manufacturing decree, then I think we're about that. So it's probably not the correct choice for us to go for right now, but let's just go for that anyways. And we will go for services investments here. Wow, this mod looks so cool. I've been looking for a while for something with more laws of trade. It seems like there's a lot going on. Oh wow, you guys are chatting up a storm. Let's kind of get stuff rolling here a little bit, and then we can catch up on chat. I assume since we're going to be mining focused, at least for now, water tube boiler is going to make sense. We do have extra taxation capacity, political strength of aristocrats. Not sure that that's going to be that useful. Extra tax collection. Ministry of Propaganda. Ministry of Defense. I think we're kind of okay with our current level of stuff on these. But we have a ton of extra bureaucracy. Like a ton. Like 750. For whatever reason. So let's max out propaganda. Suppression and bolstering being stronger is generally kind of good. And, let's maybe bring this up a little bit. And a couple of these other things, just to get more Ministry of the Treasury levels unlocked here. That seems reasonable to us. And then, we will want to perhaps trigger corn laws, right? Ooh, market price capped at 85% plus. That's a vibe too. That makes some of the industries a lot better or stronger. Plus 85 and minus 85. Oh, the trade volumes are so big, dogs. Okay. We're very excited. And almost certainly, we're going to need to export minerals off the bat here. We're going to look to run with big markets right now. And do big volumes of trade, which is going to make them like us more. And then, I think we also had a ton of lead. Yeah. And then we're not using good PMs because we didn't feel like it in PM school. We didn't take the right classes. We never learned. We actually will not be exporting coal, I think. I have a sneaking suspicion our coal routes will just all be unprofitable. Yeah. Something like this. And then we have some tech that we're passing. We're wanting to float some authority. I know that there's differentiated taxes. I don't see them here. Maybe this is something we have to unlock. Is it a unique building that's like in the capital that lets you do the things? Tax department. It is land tax. No taxation. We're not taxing the land one bit. Per capita tax. No taxation. Income tax. Medium low. I think we're on board. And then we don't have access to dividend taxes yet. That will get unlocked later. These don't yield us very much relative to what we got going on right now, so we'll just let that be for now. And then we'll make some more construction, and then put a railroad at the front, and then that'll be it. Pace has declined since the India DLC, but hasn't stopped you from having over 600 hours. I mean, that was a major DLC, and then I think 1.8 is just ungodly underrated. Oh, was that 1.8? That was 1.8. Yeah, that's because they went on holiday. The devs have like the holidays in the summer and the winter, so there is a content drought. Generally a little bit. They're stuck in a loop when they're trying to nickel and dime the entire community for any sort of updates. I think that this is like an ongoing like development game. They could like charge a subscription. I think the way that they do it, most of the important features are actually in the free updates, relative to like what other games do. There's also a new decree which enables you to move pops to unincorporated provinces. Dog. Oh, baby. That's a ton of migration attraction. That passed ungodly quick. What's going on? Is that because we got more new levels? Oh no, that was because we changed the thing. I think Dimitro recommended going for tax bureaucracy law early. Tax bureaucracy law. Like one of these? I think we're not going to be allowed to via technology. But we're gonna be doing the services investment first. Let's go with road maintenance too in these two places. And then yikes, import these things. And then also, what are we doing? If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. I think that's gonna be how we unite Italy. We'll see. Check out Sardinia's infra. It was a little bit bad. I think we're working on it. I wonder how Paradox will handle the new Hoi drama negativity. It's like Leviathan. Is it really that bad? Leviathan actually just straight up made me stop playing EU4. I haven't played EU4 since Leviathan. You just want to max every institution. Each adds to max treasury. It's up to 5% more tax income. And tax income juice is just free money, right? If deletion is negative money, then that's just free money. Yeah, that's kind of our intuition. We'll add a little bit more. Censorship laws changed in a new institution. Now you can suppress movements more efficiently. But we don't want to. Actually, we do kind of want to. Propagator gives authority per level. Hot damn, I'm liking this mod more and more by the minute. There's definitely some interesting things going on. Let's maybe suppress the... Let's bolster the liberal movement. I was going to say let's suppress the reactionary movement, but there's no reactionary movement yet. So with base 50 construction, you're going to run out of pops to employ even faster. Yep. This mod fixed the trade volume issue. Trade volume is enormous in this mod from what we can tell, which is not too much yet, but we're working on it. With these changes, I'd like to see China become the world's manufacturer. That might not be the best thing to have a comparative advantage in. Alright, we trigger corn laws, and we get an inspiration for our age. That was easy. We should get a soundboard with the "that was easy" button. Alright, let's delete all of our bad trade routes, which I think is going to cause shortages. And then let's come into this, and we're going to decide different prioritizations. Ooh, we start out with export prioritization on that? Start out with export prioritization on two things that are pretty good. And we could still, like, bruh, we're getting iron to plus 85% price, even with 20 iron mines. Those iron mines just must not be employed, like, straight up. That's, like, the only possible explanation here. Alright, so it's looking like we're going to need to do some trade. So let's get that underway. We are going to also export luxuries as best we can. Looks like we can export a lot of them. We're going to go Qing, Spanish. We're keeping an eye on trying to do it with people with whom we want trade agreements. I'm guessing trade agreements are still going to be really powerful in this mod. So even though we don't have much... even though some of those are slightly unprofitable, I think that that's fine. We don't have any of that going on positively. We have a lot of... Ooh. Okay, yeah, we could export some wood. Do Prussia, Austria... Yeah, can't export wood to them. You don't say. Wow, it recalcs so dynamically. Like, just by us putting in a few routes, it actually just made, like, the rest of the routes not profitable, because the routes can get so big. This is definitely... the way we're used to playing just probably doesn't work with this mod in terms of thinking through trade. Oh, and we can import a ton of fabric from America? Hell yeah, brother. You mean we can create the economic conditions for the oppression of people in America? Not like this. Make it stop. Okay, so that should all run pretty well with our level of convoys. New eco-regulation law reduces pollution. Yep, yep. 1 hour streaming, 1 month game time passed. We spent a lot of time voting and looking through the mod. You have auto-pass tax law. You can now manage taxes through the building in your capital. I think we took a quick look at that, but we couldn't do some of the ones we wanted. He's late as fuck on the chat. Yeah, I'm catching up. Last I checked, the new DLC for Hoi was only 24% positive. Oh, Jesus. 21% on Steam. Not like this. Yikes. A way to play some Vic 3 yourself. Godspeed, Mercy, although you've probably already gone. If you're still streaming when I'm done, I'll jump back in. Have a good day otherwise. Godspeed. Make it that was easy sound mod for the game. That way you don't need a soundboard. True. They've struggled to make any new mechanics they implement in any way useful beyond RP. For Hoi? Yeah, I think you were saying Hoi. Brunei's not anywhere near as good to take anymore. I just realized. Dogs. It's not going to be as good. Here we are taking Brunei. And they're just like, excuse me. What are you doing here? And we're like, we're here to take Brunei. The same thing we do every game. And they're like, dog, you don't need a trade adjacency with Qing to play this game. And you're like, no, but we do. Hoi is at the stage where DLCs are more flavor than substantive mechanics. I know because the game is already saturated in mechanics. That makes sense. I don't even have all the Hoi DLCs. I haven't played like full on Hoi. How are we not employing up? Oh, if the entire world starts out with it... Well, okay, why aren't we employing up? Oh, I see. Yeah, the lack of access to the market might be a driving factor here. We will also make sure that we are subsidizing the railways, because they don't start out subsidized. What is this UI? Okay. Oh, it's good to know the tax department's right there. I think this is in Sardinia-Piedmont. We will get extra taxes from those kind of kicking in. What do we have a shortage of? Paper. Alright, that's fair. We will import paper from France. I guess we'll import this for now, even though we have export prioritization. We'll just do one route from Prussia and one route from France for this. I don't know. Change your capital to make more tax departments. I think it moves. I don't think we're gonna exploit the game like that if it works like that. Interest group needs to be pressured. No one's pressuring. The liberal movement's not pressuring anything yet. It couldn't pressure its way through a wet paper bag. I'm surprised that Piedmont doesn't start with liberal, considering IRL government being moderate reformist. It was really fast for us to get it. Looking at trade in the mod, it makes me excited for vanilla trade rework. I think that, like, when they fix trade, so many things get, like, interesting again that, like, used to be interesting but weren't. Like, you used to, you trade for, like, manipulating your economy, and it was, like, this big thing, and, like, now it's, like, right now it's just, like, it's just, like, a little bit of a bump on your economy. You can't, like, build something around trade entirely. Oh, these are gonna downsize. No, no, no. That's in Piedmont. Time to go after Gaza like we do every game. World War II just isn't as interesting as the era, so I've avoided Hoi. I mean, like, I think that you play that game for, like, the military. I generally am, like, less interested in military games. It's also the only DLC, it's also that the DLC only adds focus trees, which modders have already done for free and much better. The expansions are great because Paradox adds new features and mechanics. And there's no new features, it's just focus trees? That makes sense. Have they done anything in response? Like, this is like all news to me. I haven't been following this at all. I just like the direction of Hoi away from a somewhat grounded game to a really sound backseat to a full fantasy game where Persia could do a world conquest, no sweat. Interesting. I mean, Victoria 3, like, it seems like there's probably just a natural progression towards being less grounded. Victoria 3 started out with, like, full 100% sandbox, and now they're moving in the direction a little bit of, like, actually giving points of difference between countries, but I think that they went, like, too hard in the paint a little bit. But, like, for example, the new Zamindars on EIC are just insane. Manufacturing industries throughput, and this is the point of access at which, like, there's any sort of differentiation. What does a fixed trade system look like? Like, specifically, what's different on the spreadsheet view? You mean looking at this? Well, the big difference is that trade can actually run really big volumes. See, right now, functionally, there's no specialization in Vic 3 because you can't acquire a large percentage of a big market. You can't acquire from trade, basically, with the way things work. The cost of trade is more expensive than the benefit of specialization. And so right now, you just get very autarkic-looking economies where the only trade you really do is kind of like through overland routes or through really, really efficient trade routes, like just basically peeling agricultural goods off of China. And this is what, like, trade looks like in vanilla. So you can't, like, become the producer of world's tools or whatever that well right now. Opium sales to China as Persia? Yeah, that's an example of a route that's going to be really effective because they can't produce very much opium themselves. They have a huge demand for it, but it is because they can't produce any plants and they have it as an obsession that opium is insanely efficient in regards to Qing, right? But you can't get the same thing where you cultivate for yourself, you know, companies and advantages in a particular good and then export it to the rest of the world. Functionally, that's, like, not really a thing. Alright, so now all of these guys are pressured, so let's get this guy in. Grant leadership. Oh, we're not done passing the lie. We should have waited on that grant leadership then. Looks like we have way more than enough tax capacity. I'm gonna move this down then. I think we'd rather do some of the other stuff. And we're gonna get in on Brunei here. It's gonna give us an native interest. But we're gonna go for Lorenco Marx, as is kind of the normal. Did I not click the right button? Constant battle for paradox. Make a game that's grounded in history. Then the players who like ahistorical what-if scenarios feel constrained. Make a game that is more sandbox, Vic 3, and add historical players. Players feel the game is too fantasy and ahistorical. Yeah. No, it's like, also, like, another difficult thing is, like, the people who want the game as a simulation and the people who want the game as, like, a game. Like, for example, me personally, I hate local goods because, not because the simulation's bad, we're looking at you, electricity, but because the game, like, forces me to do a lot of micro I don't want to have to do with, like, electricity. And, I think from a gameplay perspective, electricity is bad. Not from a simulation perspective, but, like, from a gameplay perspective. It's just really tedious. they're absolutely on the money from the simulation perspective, though. So, what can you do? I guess we would want to go after this, maybe. Maybe there's a world. We, like, never take Greece for the stuff. Problem is we're a minor power ourselves here. Did we fix our infrastructure issue? No. We did not. Well, it looks like the auto queue is picking this up, so maybe we don't need to, but get Chinese war reps. Just the same normal type of open. I mean, we could go for it. If the US or looks like GB hasn't gone for them yet. Collect only consumption taxes. We get to tax what you want. Right now we're only doing income tax. Which this implementation probably was the kick up in SOL here. But we're losing money. It's more alt history. It's just pure fantasy of East India Company at 36. There's not even alt history anymore. Wait, what? Is it? I mean, is it really that bad? Randomly shower thought. How does population growth impact inflation IRL? Well, inflation is a product of like available goods, or like one way to think of it is available goods divided by the number of people demanding the goods. So if you have more people demanding the goods and you don't increase anything out, then it's gonna, right? Quince, thank you for the follow, big nice. You're going to experience more demand in proportion to the availability of the goods. But like if you increase the population and you proportionally increase the amount of goods you're providing, it won't affect inflation at all. Right? Most people have alt history is, I think the problem most people have with alt, historicity is the lack of flavor, not actual divergence from historical reality, which is why polished overall mods are so popular. I think that there's a lot of different people with a lot of different motivations when it comes to, like, how they view things. And, like, I remember a conversation I was having with someone regarding Sokoto, and they were complaining that Sokoto could not become a technological capital, like, within the time frame of Vic 3, which, first of all, it can, but second of all, like, it probably shouldn't be able to. Like, depending on what you want, like, there are people who want, like, to be able to... The fantasy of being able to be like, well, you know, if I was in charge of Sokoto back in 1836, I could have made it tremendous. Like, that, like, power fantasy is, I think, like, really popular in people, and they don't want that fantasy crushed by realism and materialistic or material conditions, like, actually being a huge driver of what's even possible. Like, I kind of think, to some extent, Victoria 3, like, playing as the small countries is, like, really, really, really rough. It's way harder than it is EU4. It's probably not even hard enough. Hey, Ultraweed, how's it going? Is there any way to make a party change the law, the past that they want? You could change their ideology, or the ideology of their leader. We, for example, got this guy in charge of the Landowners. He's a market liberal, so he likes laissez-faire, which is exactly what we want. And we did it through the promote grant leadership interaction, which, though, however, requires the Voice of the People DLC. I like what they're doing with the EU5, where they're adding lots of flavor to nations while also ensuring cool mechanics for every nation. Kind of good balance. We'll see how EU5 looks. EU5 definitely looks less sandboxy than Vic 3. The amount of micro you have to do on all the PMs is insane. Really? I don't think it's that bad, because it's kind of like set it and forget it. All people are consumers, but they also produce value. Yeah. Hoya has a long left of realism plausible scenarios. Random countries like Argentina are incredibly overpowered and easily win a world war on their own. I get sandboxes, but meh. Yeah. Someone call an ambulance, but not for me. I guess we could take a quick save. Someone wanted us to go for Qing, which is just kind of the meta thing to do. But yeah. Sokoto was literally found on top of Islamic law, united by Islamic law. In fact, barely holding on as sultanate because of various ethnic differences. Hey Snape, how's it going? Yeah, I don't want to be able to do Sokoto world conquest without clear exploits, to be honest. It should be more powerful IRL for player agency, but at a certain point it breaks suspension of disbeliefs. Yeah, this is kind of like... To some extent, this is kind of how I feel about it. Why don't we... liberate something. We have to do it in the... Was this started in... So here's the reason why we're pausing here. Is there's different strategic regions, right? Great Britain normally loses its interest in North China. We want to declare for a goal that is not in North China as a consequence of this. Hey, maybe a treaty port is actually just insane, given that volume of trade is way bigger. We have a save in case things get a little weird. I think we're going to also go for Beijing as well. Actually, you know what? The Forbidden City is not even, like, worth that much, to be honest. Like, because we can't even employ it up. Weird scenario like Kaiserreich or Red Flood or something. I'd say Vic 3 is a good spot regarding history right now. Most countries have opportunities than they did in real life, but it's not to the point immersion breaks. I guess it depends on how you're playing. Right now, it's possible to world conquest on any country, so... but you have to do some kind of broken things to do it, and if you were to argue that that's not, like, real playing, I wouldn't, like, strongly disagree with you, so... Oh, that's interesting. You could just uncheck it without declaring neutrality. I didn't even notice that. So see, play up in the right. Suzhou is apparently the best place to take a treaty port. Per some, like, it has the lowest number of provinces. Or it has a really low number of provinces, such that your treaty port is going to have the most population possible if you take it from Suzhou. I was very fascinated when I found that out. Liban Hui is interesting. But I think we're going to liberate Yue to immediately brick their treaty port. Oh, we have, like, no maneuvers? I guess that's fine. No, it's not fine. We wanted war reps. Sorry, chat. We're gonna get war reps here. We're gonna go for primary the war reps instead. I think we can war reps primary and then have liberate UA, and we just hope that we get that through. The idea is we want to brick Great Britain's treaty port on Qing as well. We'll catch up on chat, though. Don't conquer China, do trade? It's trade mod? Yeah. We swapped countries a bunch at the start, figuring out who we were going to play. What's the plan for this run? The plan is forming Italy and doing a bunch of trade. If you don't play Qing, then you just bully Qing in 90% of your runs. Yeah. You're talking about what's theoretically correct or what we actually do, or both, I suppose. We're gonna go for a treaty port, though. Normally we don't go for treaty ports. I actually think that given the mod, like, the way it pushes trade, this is gonna be really good. I believe Mayu and Taxes has a better economic model than Vic 3. It's been forever since we played that, but also Mayu and Taxes runs, like, so ungodly slow. Like, some of the things that Vic 3 is doing is a concession to the speed at which the game can run. Like, the simulation of prices using buy and sell orders, like, this is not the same as a supply and demand curve, right? But it's a concession to the fact that a supply and demand curve would be, like, a very uncomfortable thing to run in terms of performance. So we're going to give them a treaty port on the released UA. Any game could be cheese. That would be an unrealistic standard to hold the game to. Yeah. The thing is they can actually fix one thing that will make some world conquest not possible, and that is making it so you can't explode India. I think this will functionally would make it impossible to world conquest on some of the harder countries. Just wait until EU5 comes out, and then a group of modders starts making a Victoria-era mod for EU5. That is a curious thing that I am kind of excited for, the potential of. So, like, here's the thing, is, like, the thing that Victoria 3 is doing substantively different, and is more important to, where Victoria 3 has an advantage relative to what has been spoiled about EU5 is, first of all, I think EU5 might run really poorly, and this is my biggest concern regarding EU5. Like, it's just too big and there's too much going on. Like, looking at EU5 running Climate the other day was, like, absolutely insane. But, like, also, Vic 3 does this. Everything is emergent from POPs in a really, really sophisticated way, and they do this combined with, this is like the heart of Victoria 3, and one in which you are not going to get a simulation of this from EU5. But honestly, I care less about this, right, than I do about this in terms of me. Like, I'm more concerned with the economics, and I think that EU5 just, like, is kind of porting over the good economics from Vic 3 for the most part. So, pretty excited about that overall. Not to detract from this mod, but I'm curious as to if you'll try Guild of Destiny when it comes out. I'm planning on it. They seemed excited when I joined the Discord the other day. I almost hit them with the, I'm not the real generalist gaming, which is what I do, like, somewhat often. I just, like, tell them that I'm a big fan. Well, I'm not really generalist, but I didn't do it. I haven't chatted in their Discord yet. Clean the damn saves folder? Yeah, we gotta do this. Mayu runs better than it used to do, like 2 or 3 years ago. Last time I played Mayu was forever ago, so maybe I shouldn't even talk about it. Yeah, like, the context is I haven't played Vic 3, or I haven't played EU4 since Leviathan. Happy to keep Giuseppe around. Let's see a proper RP run, unify Italy, give away Dam Savoy. Maybe go Arabian Peninsula and mostly do trade. We'll try and mostly do trade, but the well's already been tainted a little bit. To be fair, the only reason we're going after China is because the the tainting of the well. We have the French Piedmont Association. We could try and join a block. Kind of an interesting one. We will have a go at rivaling all the internals here. We should have done this before, but yeah. It's just so strong to put an interest either here or north, whatever. If you are not a great power, this is just like the actually most insane. Or not the most insane, but like this is just kind of a vibe, huh? Because you get free good relations with everyone functionally. No trade agreements. I wonder if they're really a lot harder to get in this mod. That wouldn't surprise me. Let's take a look at our investment pool. Investment pool is growing. So in order to kind of drain it better, we're going to add a little bit of construction in the queue. But other than that, we will let the private queue handle things. If EU5 ends up running better than Vic3, then can we lynch the devs? So I'm not pausing because I'm trying to think of like the best way to communicate like my perspective, which is like, look, if the dev team for Victoria is just way smaller than the dev team for EU5, you can't have like the same type of expectations for them, like in terms of what they get done. It's not this like abstraction of like a development team that doesn't involve actual real life people doing stuff and on particular time scales that are subject to constraints, including like the number of people and like this type of thing. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. We get Great Britain coming in here, which should be pretty quick conclusion to China. Now, our investment pool is still growing at a pretty big clip, which means we want to add even more construction. Unfortunately, we're losing money, so we might actually need to tax a little bit more per our ability to tax the lower strata. So we will have to think about if the tax department is, or the tax department is right here. We're currently taxing as much as possible income tax. We could do per capita tax, and we could do land tax. Land tax is a flat tax on the peasants. Per capita tax is a flat tax on the people who are in urban areas. So both of these are flat taxes, and they are regressive. We are going to flat tax in not the peasant sphere, because the peasants are well, the peasants get free money because they're crypto bros. Let's just up it slightly on each of these. Getting more and more worried about EU5 with each dev dire because I'm getting more hyped. The inevitable fall will be harder. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta get our hands on it, really. Oh, some of these companies seem a little scuffed. They're just repeats of... They're just repeats. Added 75 companies, but they were all the same. Nah. We are mining oriented, so us going for this, it seems fine to me. You know what, we could have gone for a Mer. A Mer is just like, that's just like the new hotness, and that hasn't fully, like, clicked with me yet. We could go for this because they can't... Great Britain is currently on our side in a play and can't help them out, so now's the time to do that. I'd say it takes from Imperator, Mayu, and Vic 3, but I'm also worried about the lag. Yeah, the lag is the problem, as far as what I can tell. Free military systems, always. Find Crisis, your name is really befitting. He is saying that you're being negative and looking for controversy and chaos. Find crisis, I believe. What's this mod about? This mod is a big overhaul mod, but I think that one of the... So it creates a bunch of new laws and institutions, but one of the things that it's doing really substantively is really, really significantly increasing trade. And I think that this is going to be something that feels and plays quite a bit different. We're going to go for some tax collection here. Secret services investments, perfect. We finally got it in. Let's go laissez-faire now. Which might have been overhauled. I think it probably wasn't, but let's take a look. Alright, laissez-faire time, baby. Tax the crypto bros. Crypto tax for a crypto bro. I forgot to include. I have like a crypto bro like meme that I made, and I've like been forgetting to include it every time I reference them in Vic 3, which I really should. Peasant coin. I really want to make a meme coin called Grift, just as performative irony, and then not rug pull the meme coin. Just slowly like spend like 5% of my income to just buy every coin of Grift, so that it just keeps going up and up and up. This is my dream, to one day make a Grift coin that like I don't ever dump. I just slowly buy all of them in reverse, just giving money to the community. Ethan, thank you for the 10 USD. Sorry I was behind on the chat. Hey, journalists, love your videos. Thank you so very much. Have you considered doing a video on CK? It would be cool to have a spreadsheet video on building the best baronies to make the most money. I don't even know enough about CK to the extent that I would know how to... I would have an idea on how to format it. I guess I would consider it. You're the first person to ask for it. Like, literal actual first to ask for a CK3 spreadsheet. Maybe I could talk to Tarkus. I'm not opposed. I feel like I don't have the knowledge or qualifications really to like comment on CK3 in that way. Like if I made a spreadsheet, I wouldn't even know what I was necessarily looking at. Because you would have to calculate like the long-term effects of like increasing development, right? And so you would, as like a cost or as a revenue over time, like development increases is worth more, but then like what's the value of like you would have to evaluate like the flat tax stuff, not just as the flat tax itself, but as money you could reinvest in other flat tax stuff relative to development, and then like multiplied by development considerations, and like it's like a lot of weird moving parts in CK. The fall of Vic 3 hype for me was mind-boggling. Took me years of broken updates and slow patches before I admitted things will never get better, says Fine Crisis. I think that the game has gotten so much better than it was on release. So I guess it depends what your bar is for, like, better. I think the overall pace of development is slow. Like, to your credit to some extent, but not sure I agree with the overall narrative. I think we would like to do this in egalitarianism. Now that we got the water tube boilers. We're gonna have construction a couple levels as well. I keep holding Alt. Alt is unnecessary when the queue is cleared. My number one issue with Vic 3 today is the South African gold is too easy to conquer and hold. They should really just hardcode GB to protect it. What they need to do is they need to make it so that you can't do this nonsense when you're on the same side of someone as a war, that they won't honor their other commitments. Because Great Britain has a commitment to defend Transvaal. They can't, even if they wanted to, they can't defend Transvaal here. Because we're on the same side of a play. But this is also an exploit. Like, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, right? But, like, they can't actually defend. Look at negativity and chaos. You're perfectly describing the timeline of Victoria 3 development. That it's somewhat slow. Like, but Victoria 3 is not a super popular game. Like, the more popular the game, the more development resources they have, the higher that your expectations have to be. Victoria 3 is not super popular, so they don't get a lot of development resources, so you have to have a different expectation regarding timeline speed. Like, the development of every game shouldn't have the exact same timeline speed because they have different resources, and development time is constrained by resources. Sounds like what a rug puller would say. Not like this. Not like this. We should have played the Ottomans, the real rug pullers. Especially in this mod. Bro, we should have played Ottomans, that way we could have focused on furniture. No! We could have had it all. We should have had it all. The Ottomans building Ottomans. Not like this. Instead we'll be Italian. CK is too easy for that. It's not about how hard it is, really. Like, Victoria 3 is really easy, too. It's super gratuitous and unnecessary to do the Victoria 3 analysis that we do. You can world conquest super easy without doing any of it. Like, the spreadsheets are just, like, gratuitous. Transvaal and Orania should be more closely tied to Britain, either via Cape Colony or direct. I'd help you, Tarkus. I have thousands of hours in CK. Well, the thing is, like, CK is a lot different because it's about growth, whereas, like, Vic 3 is about this building right now, right? And CK is... Although Vic 3, you could do analysis where you're getting stuff knowing that you're going to transfer your PMs and this type of thing. That would be more relevant if you could actually specialize your economy. Like, since we can specialize our economy in this mod, it would be more relevant for us to try and overpush in various ways, like tools now, with the understanding that, you know, the PM for tools is really good later on, once we get, you know, vulcanization. And so... playing around this, it just, like, isn't a thing. Like, but, like, long-term considerations would be more of a thing in certain situations. Not a spreadsheet, but I'd love to see the same content where you make, in Vic 3, playing efficient in CK. The thing, like, it requires, like, a lot of time to... I have to spend a lot of time before, like, I feel like I understand a game at that level. Like, I'm kind of doing it in Civ, but, like, I have, like, 200 hours in Civ, like, now. And it's like, it's a big time investment to try and do stuff. But, I mean, like, a lot of people are into CK. I also think CK is, like... I'm not going to discover novel solutions, I think, in CK very, very easily, because a lot of people have already discovered, like, solutions in CK. You know what I mean? So... And I, like, I'd hate... Or I guess it's, like, not that end of the world, but if I, like, discover something in CK and then get excited about it, and everyone's like, yeah, bro, that's, like, common knowledge, just, like, feels bad, man. This is such a dirty... Minus 2,900. That seems like a lot. Oh, we're gonna have so many convoys, we can do overseas expansion so easy. Economy is non-existent in CK yet, but other stuff is cooking. Modded CK would also be interesting if there was like an economics mod for it or something like this. You don't agree with the narrative of Vic 3 being a result of lazy and ideologically captured devs, but it's the truth? That is correct, I don't agree with that assessment. Because, like, I've seen... have you read Reddit regarding the ideology of the devs? The devs are simultaneously capitalist shills and, like, tanky communist sellouts. Like, in terms of, like, what people think of the devs. I mean... The devs are going to have beliefs regarding economics. I guess you're not escaping that. I guess it depends what you would mean by ideological sellouts. Are we accumulating Can we decrease taxes? Oh, this just doesn't do anything. Womp womp. Oh, then let's do this. Obviously. I assume it does actual stone nothing and not gives us the positive modifiers. I don't think the front system would be able to handle being in war with someone, with and against someone. No, but they, Great Britain should be able to say, like, deliver an ultimatum of some sort, be like, yo dog, we're not helping you with this China war if you do that. It wasn't popular on release because it was borderline unplayable. That's an entirely tangential critique, Fine Crisis, than the one you've been making. I would agree with that critique a lot more. That they released something that had very significant problems. They were probably pushed on by corporate, and that's like a corporate decision on when to release. That's like a separate discussion than like the dev things. I'd be more sympathetic to that, just in a general sense. The solution to convert all your friends to Church of Vic 3, that way we get more development resources. I have a friend who I just can't recommend Vic 3 to because of the military. Like, you have to... Military has to not be super important for you, I think, for Vic 3 to be, like, an ideal game for you. And it's not very important to me, so I like it. Ottomans next time? Ottomans next time. But yeah. Gene is also right that it's kind of normal for the Paradox games to release like that. So I wouldn't call it like I didn't feel violated by Vic 3, but I also did think it was a rough release. Hello, Mr. Narrative. Hello, Palea. How's it going? Always checking in at least once on like most things that we do. How you be? The devs are just 20-year-old college students, change their ideological beliefs with every balance pass. It is known. Bro, the devs are, like, not. If you've, like, seen the devs, the devs are not that young. The devs look like they've been at it for a while. That maybe sounds like a way that I don't mean it. The devs look like they've been playing at least EU4 since release, in terms of age. It's not economics. The entire game has ideological capture, migration, economics, discrimination, all of it. I feel like you'd have to be a little bit more... Are you talking about, like, they have a materialist way of understanding the world? Well, like, I mean, like, Pops, they get money, and this is the primary thing... Their money and their profession are the primary drivers of, yeah, their politics. In that sense, like, if you want to say it's materialist in a way that's, like, Marxian, then, like, maybe. But, like, the conclusions are also not Marxist conclusions, where, like, the thing that's really good is laissez-faire, unambiguously, is the best way to organize the economy. So... Woke game or what? Mm-hmm. The taxes do give positive modifiers. Should forever leave them on level 1 and lower consumption taxes. Yeah. I think the systems of Vic 3 tell a story of mostly classical liberalism with some modern progressive takes. That's kind of what I think. I suppose. Immediate bricked treaty port. Now we get the big fat trade with Qing, eh? Eh? Oh, look at the size of that route. It's 39. Oh. Let's go. Referring... But yeah, you say you are referring to materialism. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's, like... It's not like they've... I mean, it's like the profession is, like, the only thing they've included up until recently, where now they've included race as, like, a motivating factor that it changes things. And there's also, like, political movements here, but... I mean, if you're going to track their professions, then like, and you want to have emergent behaviors come from pops, what else are you supposed to do? Like, what way in which do you want the simulation to be different here? You want this just not all to be tracked? I'd be okay with this just not being tracked and it just to be more an economic simulator. But, like, once you're already doing this, which kind of is the premise of the game, right? This is the, like, heart of the game. This is the point of distinction. Once you're doing this, like, and you're tracking people's professions, you're gonna have this not informed politics? Like, I don't really know, man. I feel like this is, like... You're mad that the game is based on the premise that it is in fact based on. I just, like... Yeah. The Vic 3 is a money game. It's about making money, so you expect the game would be biased to things that make money and against things that don't make money. I mean, it is biased towards capitalism. Nuclear here. What's the root levels mean for trade? How does it differ from the amount traded? Well, different things... It correlates very tightly with the amount traded. You will have different root levels based on tech. The root level is going to involve your convoy investment, or you will have different root sizes based on tech and modifiers. So the root level, if you have more positive modifiers, will actually lead to more stuff being imported or exported, this type of thing. Is the substantive difference. There's also a cap in vanilla. I think it might be uncapped in this mod. We're playing a mod, so... but that root level is that was a very large root level. And it might just be that the roots are actually smaller, because I can't imagine that we're actually consuming that much grain from China, so it might be that the roots are smaller and the levels are much larger, and this allows us to have a much more granular type of trade quantity. He's mad the racism of the game was portrayed as a bad thing. Maybe. But, like, it's like, I don't know, the entire premise of the game is we're going to track the pops and their jobs. And if you're, like, you would just not have the entire premise of the game. I mean, like, at that point. You could make an economic simulator that just doesn't care what pops, or about pops or their professions. And doesn't have anything emergent from that. And maybe this is the game Find Crisis would prefer, I don't know. We fundamentally have a tools problem. Like a really bad one. We could import. Our auto queue is also building a lot of it, so... We wanted to get a tooling industry too, but... There aren't too... There's like a really good one in Greece, but that's going to be really hard for us to go for. Is not only Marxists who believe in materialism? Yeah, that is correct. But dialectical materialism and like the historical like narrative that ensues from Marxism is a bit unique. Whole business model of the game development works has changed. Paradox is now publicly traded. It wasn't in 2010 as far as I know, so less pressure to bring in profit. Also to release on a deadline rather than... but Paradox actually, in spring of last year, they got a new CEO, and the CEO delayed so many releases and canceled so many things. And so it does seem that they are responsive to like the critique of releasing like an undercooked thing, because remember, Sphere of Influence was pushed back like 4 months after it had already been pushed, and so like in terms of them not releasing unfinished product, like it seems like they are very much sensitive to that type of thing. We're gonna have to get on the same side of a play as Great Britain and then go for Arania. They super mega high rolled the goldfields appearing. If you want to blame the higher cost of games for DLC fixation, look to the changes from private company to public company beholden to shareholders. Yeah. Generals, what's your take on how effective smart the private investment should be? Well, you know what's actually really interesting is there's a factor. It's like a randomness factor that is used to determine what gets built. If you turn off this randomness factor, the AI will actually spam a whole bunch of logging camps, like, really, really hard. So it's, I think that the AI doesn't care about future throughput or future expected throughput and some other things that it should maybe care about. It doesn't care about depeasanting, but the AI does care about efficiency per construction and would be much more intelligently if you just turned down the randomness factor. Which is kind of interesting. I mean, like, some people talk about it spazzing out and building, like, a bunch of, what is it, art academies or whatever, but I haven't seen that behavior in quite some time. So I feel like I don't know exactly what's going on, or these people just have just generally stalled out economies that provokes, like, this arts academy thing. But I don't, like, notice that phenomena in my games very much. You can't blame the community for being upset about the decline in quality. To some extent, maybe that's true. My opinion is you should just kind of change what your expectations are. I mean, like, you have to, in my opinion, you have to evaluate the gaming companies, like, relative to one another, not, like, relative to how they were in the past. And relative to other gaming companies, I don't think Paradox is, like, especially problematic or something like that. The Gen Ideas 3 podcast you released was super fun to watch and listen to. I love RPing and Paradox games, and I'm glad you guys talked about it and how Vicky and other Paradox games do it. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the podcast. That was kind of... It's been a really long time since we've done a Victoria 3 podcast. It actually dovetailed super nice into their doing a survey on that very topic that was released today, which you could check out on, like, the forums and stuff. Alright. Wow, we're so legitimate. Holy snaps. I guess we're gonna go... pro-specialization market for trade route volume. I'm really appreciative of Paradox's responsiveness to the community outside of Hoi 4. I think right now they're doing a bunch of surveys to try and get feedback from the community. I think initially Vic 3 devs were a little bit not wanting to hear the feedback because a lot of people were complaining about the military and they wanted to, like, kind of stick that out, and I think they were kind of slow to respond to the military complaints specifically. But also I think a lot of people just, like, they come over from Hoi or EU4 and they want the game to basically be Hoi or EU4 in a different setting with some different bells and whistles, and that's, like, not what the game's gonna be. It's gonna be just, like, its own thing. Although EU5 is kind of not looking like it's gonna be its own thing. EU5 is, like, looking like it's going to be, like, how should I say, like, the Frankenstein of, like, all the good features from all the games all incorporated into one. Why are we building this here? That makes no sense. It won't be able to employ up. And not a single cent was made. Mints makes sense, you know what I'm saying? The AI tries to predict the future prices due to an increase in adjusted demand, but doesn't account for throughput or depeasanting. Source Economy Dev Diaries, I read them all recently. That makes sense. Oh man, you went through it. We referenced some of the really old dev diaries in the podcast. We're now making a ton of money, so we need to up construction even more. We don't have enough pops there. We're gonna put down a greener grass campaign. How much active development was there after Heart of Darkness? Can't blame me for being mad, but asking for lynching and being mad about some perceived ideological drive is worthy of some criticism and discussion. Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine he's not actually asking for a lynching, because that would be psychotic. It's only a game. No, I came over from Vic 2 and wanted Vic 3. I think the majority of... Here, let's do a poll on the YouTube real quick. Who here came... Alright, we're gonna do Vic 2 and the other big flagship games. Vic 2, EU4, Hoey. I'm saying that I don't think your experience is the norm. And then CK is probably bigger than Stellaris. We'll do CK. And just see what the people think. Vic 3 should have just totally had a different series title. Now that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense, like, can you imagine if they actually don't title EU5 EU5? That would be, like, crazy, because they have a brand. Like, the brand has value. You just want them to shoot themselves in the foot. And it, like, absolutely is, like, Victorian era. Like, unambiguously. What do we have? Do we have a reactionist movement yet? We kind of want to suppress that. Man, bolstering suppression is so freaking powerful right here. Which is actually just making this super cushy for us. Sad Stellaris noises? Yeah, I thought about making Stellaris ahead of CK. Why do you do the same opening every playthrough, even if it's the optimal opening? Aren't you bored to death of repeating it? Well, I mean, I'm doing two things at one time here, right? I'm talking with chat. I'm also trying to, I'm more trying to unpack, like, some of the mod stuff than, like, necessarily being hyper-focused on the open. It's also, to some extent, like, muscle memory. So, if I, like, don't have an opinion on, like, what I should do, then we can just do the same thing. I don't know. We add construction sectors every single time in the opening, too. We actually did something a little bit different, is we took a treaty port instead of taking Beijing. Because I think the treaty port is stronger because the mod has a lot of trade, so it's not the same. I do think getting a treaty port on Qing is probably, like, the way to go, but... yeah. How about all 4 flagships? But the point is we were talking about who came over from Vic 2. Well, Vic 2 is winning is interesting. Oh no, EU4 is winning. Vic 2 has a lot, though. Vic 2 has a lot more than I would have expected. Really came from Vic 1, which I think was better than Vic 2. I'm looking for inspiration for my own economic sim. They talk pretty depth about some of the system, and it's pretty cool on paper. Is this reference to... oh yeah, from the Dev Diaries. Got it, yeah. Guild of Destiny, I'm super curious to take a look at, because Guild of Destiny basically, like, saw Vic 3 and they're like, nah, we're gonna do a different one. But that's a game that, like, might be a little bit idyllic / optimistic about some things. But EU5 is at least similar to EU4. We don't know what EU5 is similar to yet, man. It's a little early. Like, EU5 could release and you could have the exact same opinions about EU5 that you do about, you know... we put in a tooling company. We're gonna just establish a generic tooling company. This is, I think, gonna be good enough for us. We have the mining, the tools. We have an additional company slot still. Trying to remember. There's some real good companies. There's a really good one in Burma. It's an oil company though, so it's not gonna be a thing for a while. Yeah, we were thinking of going after Greece. But I think that just generally, problem is Russia goes against us. We could maybe just try and sweat it super hard, but Stellaris used to be bigger than CK. Yeah, I mean maybe we should put Stellaris. We do have. Do we not have any glass production, or do we not have an updated PM for glass production? We have really expensive porcelain. This poll's not going to work since I played them all. Yeah, but you can vote one as being your primary. To some extent, you can answer it if you want to. But also, if you don't think answering is appropriate, you could just not. Played all the IPs of Paradox, so I knew Victoria didn't play like Hoey 4, but Vic 3 was definitely dumbed down, modernized version of Vic 2, with content removed for later DLCs. I don't know if I would say the content was removed, because I think there's some DLCs they definitely would have released flashy stuff if they had flashy stuff. Bro, this plus 85% iron price is actually probably super, like, gutting us right now, / really exciting for us. Kind of a weird situation. We have a lot of iron mines. We'll expand out some of those as well. I do think we, like, are, like, we're out of labor here, so we now will be able to export a lot better. Wow, tariffs have a huge effect in this mod. You really get to force what you want. Not sure if we should go for wealth or census here. Let's go for census. Sometimes it feels like you get stuck on wealth. Why is he not mad? Wait, what? Did we click the button correctly? Wait, why are these guys not mad? Are they so over happy from the other passes? I guess they are. The end of the corn laws. Some loyalists. Oh, we're supposed to be doing the Italy stuff, aren't we? So I guess we want nationalism. We're kind of having a decent income. We have a decent amount of construction. So let's up the uni level a little bit here. I don't think we have philosophy department, but we'll get what we need to activate philosophy department when we do. A mod with a lot of trade? Yeah, Neff, this is a mod that has a lot of trade. If you look at some of the stuff on it, or on the webpage for it, I think the mod's name is in the description. It does run a lot of trade. We are just starting out, and like in terms of trade volume, we're doing a decent amount. If you take a look at some of our bigger trade routes, quite a bit of fabric is coming into the country, several hundred. Some grain here, but it seems to be the case that looking at the thing, the images that they had for the mod specifically, like we were seeing like tens of thousands of convoys, this type of stuff, and a much bigger buff. When's the next dev diary release for Vic 3? I'm not sure. Community manager was in here earlier. She'd maybe be the one to ask, but then she won't tell you, so I'm guessing they want to do a couple of these, I don't know how many more feedback things they're going to do, but I'm guessing they're going to do all the feedback things before the dev diary release. Solaris is kind of its own thing, yeah. All right. We have a reactionist movement we can suppress. Yeah, we still don't have a reactionist movement somehow. Hoey 4 plays completely different from Hoey 3. You need pops? How about unifying Italy? Yeah, we gotta get on that. That's why we went nationalism. I'm not sure exactly. The mod says that it changed it, so I'm not sure exactly. And it's been a hot minute since we formed this in vanilla. But we do have to research nationalism in order to trigger this, so that's why we'll be moving into that next. Still kind of on the lookout for UK getting a starting war somewhere. Ooh, we could risky to get the bisky here. Maybe take a quick save. I don't think they join against us with -60, but sometimes, yeah. Is there a none option for this poll? No, there is not. I'm shocked at how many people say Vic 2 though. I mean, it's still not a majority or even close to majority, but this mod looks neat. It is pretty neat. We haven't really explored the depths of it yet, but it does seem like a kind of like tweaks overhaul and is in some regards reminiscent of Victoria tweaks, but not as comprehensive. You know, the front line was just a solution to micro that still allowed micro. What? I think they wanted to basically remove micro. I actually would like there to be less skill expression in general in military in game, because I'd rather it be more economic oriented, right? The more you can outplay the AI, the less important the economy becomes. The poll is balanced, as all things should be. We're 5 DLCs deep and the military is broken. This much is true. I think if your criticism is they've under-focused on military, I do think that that's true. Do we need to mobilize to beat... Ooh, Trench Rat, hot. This is a very strong trait early on. Flat, +10 defense, absolutely insane. We're gonna have these guys defend the home. I don't know how much Portugal's gonna mobilize here. We could liberate Xi'an. I think that we won't. But I'm a fan of taking Portuguese Lourenço marks. Maybe. Getting an interest in Zanj that's native is kind of attractive as well. If we just take Zambezia, for example. Hey Renee, how's it going? You're shocked by the Vic 2 player base because you kind of brush off your criticism that you have no idea how things used to be? Yeah, I didn't play Vic 2, man. Like, I still think, I could still disagree with your criticism having not played Vic 2. I mean, to some extent, if Vic 2 is better at this point still, then also you could just play Vic 2. Which, ideally, like, they make Vic 3 better than Vic 2, but I've heard some wonky stuff about how Vic 2 works. I shouldn't comment on Vic 2 too much, because I haven't played it, obviously, but, like, there being a finite amount of money in the game that never increases or decreases, leading to, like, just, like, cataclysmic events. Also, like, my understanding is the Vic 2 experience is very much, like, mediated through mods at this point. Much like how no one plays vanilla, Imperator, they play with the Invictus mod. And so, like, if you're comparing, like, modded Vic 2, it's not, a fair comparison. Right? Because they didn't arrive at that Vic 2. Or you're not comparing the developer Vic 2 to, you know, it's not a straight across comparison. But let's take a look at the date. Your construction and your balance starting from one nation. Growth is crazy because of massive free money modifiers. There's also base 50 construction as well. So it's like us being on 110 construction at this point. But yeah, there's also seeming stuff going on. I mean, we're also receiving money from China. From China, it's not super enormous once you take into account the base 50, I think. But it does seem faster. We sent this guy like right away, no? Oh, we forgot to put in Zambezia. I guess that's fine. It's not really the most infamy efficient expansion. Please don't get spaghetti. Thank God we didn't get spaghetti. Alright. Is this the trench rat guy? No. He's just cautious. That's why he hasn't advanced yet. Makes sense. But yeah, we're getting... Our investment pool is just absolutely enormous and stuff's getting bought immediately. To be fair, it's technically not correct to go laissez-faire this early because of the bug. But... It has a higher price ceiling. It goes up to 85% instead of 75%. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that change. Any idea where production research was linked to number and profitability of buildings for specific goods? You have a lot of rice farms, you get more research points into farming related stuff. You had an idea? That does seem like an interesting one. It makes sense to some extent. I think also, but the thing is, like, innovation, a lot of the farming innovation happened in here anyways. Wow. Texas won, but also, I've never seen USA clap Mexico this early. Groovy you, we're doing pretty good. A little Friday morning stream. You stop out at 5 years and note the stats, then do the same run 5 years in vanilla, the difference will be shocking. That might be true, but I'd want to focus up really hard. All Paradox games are mediated through mods in the end? Yeah, but not like... The ones that lose support get way more mediated than the other ones, though. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like nobody plays Vanilla Imperator. I feel like a lot of people play Vanilla Vic. Vic 2 had some wonky mechanics, but still more functional somehow. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know because I haven't played Vic 2, so it's hard for me to comment. Everything I hear about Vic 2, like, even hearing, like, good stuff and bad stuff, it just, like, seems overall that it's just, like, this nostalgic looking back to previous time, more so than, like, actual, wow, the game's really better. Negative tariffs creating free money for all countries, plus everything being built by companies from day one. Super throughput. So negative tariffs creating free money for all countries. Negative tariffs creating free money for all countries? Negative tariffs... Wait, what? Where can I look at these negative tariffs? Like, this is not a huge balance. As far as I know, the majority of people think Vic 3 unmodded is more playable than Vic 2 unmodded at this point. If you like military, not your fave, but I prefer it, yeah. Does mod decrease trade center, Employment, because you might be bleeding pops to those with the high trade levels. Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah, how many people are here? It's gonna be a lot. 30K? I don't know if this is decreased. I don't know the base employment per level. It's also not fully employed. Vicky won best Vicky. True. It could be a nice special video playing Vic 2 for the first time. Maybe. Maybe we could do that. It's happy hour here. Nice. It's also nice. It's gonna be picking up these gold mines. Ayo. We might actually put a migration edict down on this. We'll try out the new migration edict that applies to unincorporated stuff specifically. Just taking a look. So, colonial resettlement, 50 migration attraction. Rather than 25 and 20, it's 50 and 50. So, it should be able to get a lot of pops there. And then it's only on incorporated states, so maybe we incorporate this anyways. And in 5 years, it'll just fall off. But hopefully we get enough to employ up the gold mines. I was hoping they'd just tack on economics to what Vicky 2 had. I mean, if they were just going to tack on to the system, they would have just released a mod for Vic 2. Like, you have to do substantive overhauls to justify a new game. The classic paradox military mechanic is bad and super micro-intensive. Yeah, I think if Victoria had the same military system as EU4, I might not have ever played it. That was a super big attraction point for me, is I wanted the military to be more hands-off because I didn't want more means by which to abuse the AI. So why is our investment pool growing so much? Like, I get that that's where like the point of like access for the extra free money seems to be. We're really hurting in terms of population, actually. So let's greener grass here as well. Spoke to the mod developer and he confirmed the negative tariff rates are paid with free money. Where does it get paid out though? Like, where can I look at them? So here we have negative tariffs on exports. Oh, but encourage exports actually does stuff. So all the stuff we're exporting is creating free money equal to like 15% of the value? Brother. And imports as well. Oh man. Interesting. You obviously can't mod an economic overhaul. Things had to be restructured. I mean, you can... Oh, wait, no. I don't... I was talking about DLCing it. Looks like everyone has plus 5% MAPI, says Neff. No, not everyone. Just like the countries they want you to play. So like Persia has it, but Sokoto doesn't. We looked at some of these at the start. Do you watch sports? Not really. I kind of follow strength sports a little bit, and I like to watch track and field when the Olympics comes on, but I don't really like team sports. I like individual sports where people are just insanely athletic. So, like, throwing is pretty cool, too. 15% free money on all trades. So trade is just insane. Yeah, I don't like that as a way of, like... So now you just actually arbitrage and do nothing but trade. Like, we could... Oh, no, wait. We can't arbitrage because then there's gonna be tariffs on imports. No, we can't arbitrage, right? The tariffs get paid with free money, but then the other ones just get paid with actual money, but they get paid out to someone. So we can arbitrage stuff too. On a per pop basis, arbitrage is probably better than... The tariff is really huge. So it's hard, I suppose. But we could put, like, import prioritization on opium. Let's find opium. Or let's put export prioritization. We don't have any opium. We can import it kind of from the British. And then feed it through into the Qing. No, maybe not. Maybe this isn't. Maybe that's not what we could do. So trade is totally a fraud? Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Jarvis likes to say some dumb shit. Hell yeah, I do. And then can get so far by in chat, you can't call it out. This is the way. This is how you do it, baby. Sorry, I'm getting a toxic chat. What do you mean? You're always toxic. What's new? You say man says sorry after calling for a lynching half an hour ago. Surprised you watched the stream if you don't enjoy the game. No, Fine Crisis isn't here to watch the game. He's here to hate. Certified hate watcher. Total separation would be nice. But I guess we want to focus, right? And we think that this one's the best in general. Because we like political strength of engineers, kind of. I think let's get some colonialism, though. Which, of course, it's not where it was before. Because everything's been moved. So, industrialists, we need to get in. We need an election, is what we need. We prefer colonial... colonial exploitation's probably fine. Let's go with that. This is why I won't use the mod. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the free money modifier. Like I want things that boost trade, but that's like that seems like a bridge too far for me. Big nice on opium. We found another one. No, he's not like a he's not a Russian troll in like the same way. He's just like he's like a real person doing some real chatting. It's just, I mean, I guess it's kind of trolly chatting. I think Fine Crisis is kind of okay though. Definitely disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but late to the stream, the negative tariffs do not give free money. That's not what chat consulting the developer has said. It's the UI bug. I asked the dev in Discord. Okay, just kidding. It doesn't give free money. Why are we making so much money then? Convoys are already producing 10x normal convoys and you capped it out. Yeah. But, like, one of the reasons we can't employ the mines is because the trade centers are too profitable. So I guess we just add more convoys here. We've confirmed I'm not a Russian bot. Yeah, but you kind of agree with them on some things, so... Yeah, we actually can't spend money fast enough. We don't have enough pop. It's super painful. We're researching nationalism, though, so that'll help out. I mean, I guess we'll EOS on universities, and that'll speed that up. Kind of already got that in. We just can't get enough construction. How's our... Oh, we should have picked the other option. Yeah, and our investment pool is just runaway train here. Just here to chill and talk shit for fun. Also having a beer if I drank alcohol. I'd be having a beer if I drank alcohol. I guess that's a way to say you're chilling. There we go. What do you say is your favorite mod? I kind of like Realms of X there a lot. I'm not really sure though. So you choose a streamer who mainly plays a game you hate, whose general views you hate. Do you enjoy that? Yeah, no, he's a hater. He's here to hate. That's the idea. Just because I'm moderately right-wing doesn't mean I'm pro-Russia. I want what's best for America. Yeah, you say that, but, like, I believe we've seen you giving a lot of pro-Russia arguments. Although maybe you've changed your perspective. I don't know. I'd have to go through the logs of, like, what you said during the Ukraine video, I suppose, to feel super confident in my evaluation of your position. I think if you like freedom of democracy and order, that the notion of Putin winning should horrify you. Incidentally, we are raising money. Well, we might as well plug this, eh? We are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which is a charity that... Oh, no, we don't have all the money... Or not the money. We don't have all the... I mean, we definitely don't have all the money. But we don't have it set up here. We are raising through the Twitch, so if you are on the YouTube, you can go to the Twitch link, and then on the front page of the Twitch, it is, the charity is up. Coming in on the browser, we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund specifically, which provides military equipment aid for those fighting on the front lines for Ukraine, specifically, let's be clear. That is non-lethal in nature, so stuff like radios and body armor and helmets, but no lethal weaponry, because you're not allowed to have charities that do that. So the money goes to contribute to those types of things. We are doing it through the Twitch, so if you click on our Twitch link down below, you will be able to find your way there. It will be in the bottom right-hand corner of where the screen's at, just a little bit below in the UI. If anyone was interested in contributing, we've raised a couple thousand so far. Bankroll one of the other Italian countries. Oh, I guess this is probably right. We have the money. Bankroll should be more expensive. I'm trying to figure out why we're so rich though. Oh, we don't have the tech for bankroll. If it's not giving free money, I don't know why we're so rich. Maybe it's just we get to do so many trade routes and trade actually gives money, but... And this ends up being good. We also have start with macros, so this is not a zero consideration thing, but... Not sure if we want to continue to specialize. I think we want to do an industrial focus on light industry, in which case we're going to want chemical plants. Wow. Maybe this is just better. I think this is more overall levels with the manufacturing investments. despite not getting access to tools. So maybe we're not supposed to go tools company. Whatever companies we do for manufacturing should just probably all be in the same sphere, and I'm not sure what it is. I was thinking we do whatever has tooling company, but this kind of just has tooling company in terms of stuff that's really prolific. It is if you're just spewing your opinion and not adjusting anything. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a difference between, like, watching content because you disagree with it and then, like, engaging a lot. I haven't played the mod yet, but from what I'm seeing, says Neff, at GameStart is that negative tariffs can cause unprofitable trade routes to become profitable. For example, a trade route with minus 4K profit could be turned into net neutral with tariffs. I mean, I think it's probably free money then. I asked this 2 months ago. Maybe something changed. Someone, the Caton, someone before said explicitly that there's a free money modifier, and I kind of think that a free money modifier from trade is like the only thing that like kind of makes this make sense. But I'm not 100% sure. Hey, thank you for the dono. Is that $6? We gotta refresh the thing. Thank you so very much for contributing to the Ukraine Defense Fund. $5, some 10 random. Thank you so very much. Big nice. There we go. Let's go. Getting Ukrainians equipment so they can defend themselves and democracy. Pog. Yeah, we just, like, actually can't expand construction fast enough here. I think I put my finger on the reason why I'm watching Generalists. In the age of hypersensitivity and PC woke culture, it's like watching bro play. It's the time of the capsule in the early 2000s. Interesting. I mean, I'm definitely on the left, but I'm also generally free speech and not PC culture oriented. This is like a critique I have of the left. So, hey, Solo-din, thank you for the 50. We're getting some equipment for Ukraine. Let's go. They are on the front lines, fighting so that we don't have to. This event is bugged. It just grabs the wrong person and gives them the wrong ideology. Thank you so very much. Yeah, this one just grabs the wrong person. We've had this come up a couple times. We'll try and change the Armed Forces guy to a Royalist, and we'll change something else. Well, off of being a Royalist. Nope, he's still a Royalist. See, someone else got changed. It looks like the Industrialists maybe got changed to a Reformer. That's good. A Reformer Industrialist we can work with, too. Vic 2 made me a monarchist. Radicalized. I fundamentally disagree with General's opinion, but he promotes a agree to disagree attitude. Generally. Yeah. Going through the chat logs of the Ukraine stream would be an endeavor. That chat was wild. That was, yeah, there was a lot of Russian trolls in that chat. That was definitely a vibe for getting through. Hey, Hamcoats, thank you for the 25. Big nice. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. We getting money for Ukraine. Maybe we should start every game by releasing Ukraine from Russia. No. That's a bridge too far. And performative. We actually even thought about playing Russia this session. A little bit. nationalism in 29 months. I can confirm that negative tariffs can subsidize negative trade revenue for free. This feeds into Trade Center, but seems free subsidization for trade if tariffs go negative. Yeah. Oh. Lombardy just moves there. Now Lombardy, we don't even own. So just yoink the pops from there, from Italy. Or sorry, from Austria. He's stuck in some weird Bernie bro phase. It's tolerable here. I want security guarantees for Ukraine with any peace settlement. Same. I don't think that's what's being offered. So I don't think we'll have peace. I've said I want the war to end by 2025. You are delusional if you think that the end of the war is a win from Putin. Yeah, but an end for the war where Putin gets the Donbass, Ukraine doesn't get any security guarantees, is definitively a win for Putin. Just an opportunity to rearm and go back at it in however many years. And this disproportionate focus on I want the war to end, this type of thing, and not on the fact that Putin is an exporter of chaos is like, I think, a miss in terms of evaluating the situation. Would you do lethal weapon charities if you were allowed? Yes. I think I'm generally like kind of free market oriented. I'm not a fan of I think government stimulus, when government gives out food stamps instead of just a direct financial aid, I would prefer direct financial aid because sometimes you're not hungry, you buy your rice and beans, but you can't afford to pay your rent, and you don't really like being told exactly how you have to spend the money, right? And generally, economic stimulus is more efficient when you just give them the money and they can spend it on whatever. If what they need is ammunition specifically, it kind of sucks to just get another pair of body armor if what you need is ammo. My hope is that there are enough organizations that can give lethal aid such that they can get what they need from them disproportionately high on the lethal equipment, and then the non-lethal equipment they could get from charities such that they get the composition of what they need in order to be as effective as possible. But yeah, I would prefer to not have constraints. If you think that Generalist is a traditional Bernie bro, I think you're misunderstanding him a lot. I'm a fan of Bernie. I think Bernie's out of touch in a lot of ways. Bernie's political motivation is one that's born out of empathy, and empathy doesn't inform my political motivations. They're informed by freedom and meritocracy. So yeah, I think Bernie's position is more correct than a lot of American politicians, though, who are more concerned with selling out to corporations. And I think that, Citizens United is the thing I want to change the most. So I'm a strange sort of libertarian that thinks that I don't want the government to tell me what to do, but I'd rather be beholden to the government than to corporations. They're both bad, but one of them's worse than the other, type of thing. Texas gets picked up here. With the clothes company, it has no bonus. You must have the other one with the bonus. Oh, it does have no bonus. There's some jank stuff in here in terms of the companies and the way that they're implemented. We're not using more companies or something like this. This is not this is just the mod itself, not interference of some kind. I feel like manufacturing is the endgame. Just regular manufacturing. We haven't picked a focus yet, so we could still make adjustments, but the manufacturing investments, I think this one proportionate as a proportion of a normal economy, this one has the highest construction total, and I think that's normally how you should look at it. But also, we could just focus whatever we want, right? Because we're going to be trading. The fact that it's proportional of a normal economy, a higher percentage, is less important. No, I mean, these have the consumer economies. If we're going to tank the price a little bit for ourselves, it's probably just manufacturing. So yeah, let's actually go mining and regular manufacturing. And then, so let's go in on food company and the furniture company. We'll get those kind of up and going. Drink every time you say Putin, rough. I still like Russians and Russian culture, though. Yeah, I have nothing against the Russian people. I feel bad for Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are going to go through the next 50 years. We'll see. Negative tariffs, as you said, seem to generate money out of nowhere, but the difference is the money is not collected by the country. It doesn't go into your treasury. Wait, what? If it's going to pops and we're collecting income tax from the pops, this is a way in which it's entering for us. How about you do a great revision of your hairline? Lamau got him. What hairline? It's gone. You did get me, though. He said at the end he'd end the stream by fantasizing about every rural American village turns into cosmopolitan and muddy Hooverville. No, I mean, I kind of think people should be allowed to do what they want. If people don't want to live in, like, some cosmopolitan thing, they shouldn't, like, have to. Yeah, we gotta catch up. Yeah. Hey, everyone's got the same joke as me. What hairline? The truth hurts. Yay, let's go. And money goes to the trade center. Yeah, and then the trade center stimmies the rest of the economy, pushes up prices. This is like, so like we've had like really expensive prices overall, it looks like. And so the pushing up of the prices is like an effect of the stimulus, which makes all of our industries more profitable. Is there any real difference between interventionism versus LF with the 3-point multiplier early enough, or is not enough to bother with? So one of the problems here is that government-owned stuff is bugged right now, and it's double applying the modifier, and I don't know the exact math. I've calculated the math if there wasn't a bug, but with the bug, I've seen two people who do a lot of math on the game come with conflicting opinions. And one is that 22 million is the threshold where you should swap off interventionism. The other one is 40 million is the threshold. I don't know which one's correct. I assume one of them is. We swapped off earlier, though. This is not including the effect of the company and also the lowered interest rate. So it should be earlier than either of those thresholds. But I don't know which. Based on the math with the bug included, I haven't observed the bug to the same extent that they have, though. Like, when I looked at it, like, the math looked kind of okay. But I believe that there is a bug. We just haven't taken a close look. After watching your 3-hour yapping session with Generalists, I think you should donate to me. Well, that's a consensual thing, man. That's on you. You watch something you don't like for 3 hours. You're poorly investing your time, or you're a hate watcher. The neutral good human, thank you for the $20 donated to the Ukrainian Defense Fund, helping them fight on the front lines. Thank you so very much. Big nice. We're super needing to catch up here. What does this mod do? This mod adds a bunch of laws and a bunch of this type of stuff. The thing that we're kind of focused on now is that it promotes trade by super increasing volume of trade. But it's doing this in a... I'm not sure how I feel about it having... Oh no, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Oh no. Okay. But it's like, it's free moneying... There's negative tariffs that just produce free money, and I don't know if I like that as a mechanic, like, because I think that's going to create strange emergent effects, and the big one here is we actually can't spend off, like, anywhere near fast enough, and are just having general trouble, like, getting stuff to, like this, like, I'm not a fan of, like, this level of economic stimulation for free. These probably can't even employ up there. Like, we can't, even get these construction sectors up, or whatever. Oh man, is Fine Crisis and Ed arguing with each other? The conservatives are fighting. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding this. Ah, just giving money to people. Yeah. Well, studies seem to indicate that it's much more effective in terms of rather than getting food stamps. And food stamps are like, you have to spend money on this or that, and it's generally more efficient to give money to people. Like, empirically. So we can get reset Great Britain's attitude if it matters. They're cautious, so maybe it does. Now we're on the same side of a war as them. Let's give all these homeless and poor people unlimited money for drugs. Fuck it. The people who are abusing drugs, giving them food stamps instead of money is not really all that effective at preventing them from consuming drugs. So you have to be asking yourself also which type of error are you more interested in avoiding. I'm more interested in avoiding the type of error where someone can't afford rent and they have food and you give them food stamps and then they can't pay their rent and then they get evicted. I think that's a bigger problem than giving money to a drug addict and saying you have to spend it on food instead of forcing them to like spend it, or forcing preventing them from spending it on like drugs by making it be enforced on food, when like the people who are interested in that can just scalp their food stamps anyways and evade like the means. And it's, yeah, I feel like you'd agree with Bernie on some points, but that's more than I expected. I agree with him on a lot of points. Bernie's like interested in getting money out of politics. This is the number one issue for me. I'm like less interested in having a bunch of like Bernie is generally more pro entitlement programs than I am. But that's like perhaps a low bar, because in terms of American politics, he's like, out of every like congressman, he's like the most pro that stuff. It's funny because I'm very much not a libertarian, but I 100% agree Citizens United, and I'd rather be beholden to the government than the corporations. Yeah, I think Citizens United is the major big thing. We're just kind of skimming here. Chat is blowing up a little bit. So Pog to see Generalist stream is 95% reading donations to Ukraine. Hell yeah, brother. Bro, we'll stay live like forever if that's what the stream is. To the extent that we can try and raise money, we would like to. To the extent that we can't, we feel shame and remorse. Where are we expanding here? I guess we're a major power now, so we can go for this stuff. We're like kind of barely a major power. The AI, like, if the AI can trade as much as we can, they should like absolutely be expanding the military like way more. But like, I don't know how I feel about this like constant money spend. Can't like spend it all. Pops are insanely important if this is the situation. Sure, dog. What were we gonna pass? I think we wanted to do this one. Given that we're currently like more mining focused. Both sides of the political party are screwed right now. This is something I can agree with generally. Although, I think in terms of the question which one's more screwed than the other, I think we'd have a differing opinion. The big problem is that partisanship in general is just like horrible for America and is like a really substantive issue. Like, regardless of which side it's on. Decrease taxes? They're already... Oh, you're right. You're right. Let's come in and just get rid of the taxes on the lower rung people. Because, yeah, we're just, like, making too much money. That's gonna stimmy the economy more, but what can you do? We, like, don't want to be gaining, like, this amount of money. This needs balancing, surely. Yeah, the balancing is off. Empirically, I prefer imperially, not like this. Tarkus confirmed Putin's supporter. He believes in the spheres of influence and the conquering of nations that are neighbors. Peace dividend. Nah, dog. We export chaos. You're against entitlements? So fucking based. I hate boomers so much, bro. Wait, what? I said I'm more against them than Bernie. I think some are really nice. But most people don't call those entitlements. Like, a public police force and public firefighting. I'm pretty on board with those. Anything that has really, really enormous positive externalities, or is a good or service that should not be provided for private industries, because of, like, the way economics works, should just generally be provided by the government as an entitlement. But I'm, like, a fan of education, which is, like, a form of entitlement program. If you want to call it that. The thing is, like, liberals don't call those entitlement programs. I'm only using the term because, like, you're conservative. We haven't managed to get a single trade agreement. Maybe this will make one acceptable? No. No one likes trade agreements, man. Migration agreement? Wait, what? Dog. Oh, we just get infinite migration attraction? And we have to transfer 28k a week, but who cares? We need people. The migration agreement. We found the people, now we need to find the investors. Hell yeah. Oh, one of those was declined. We, like, all we need is people, dude. Yap King, basically. What if we take all the people we don't like and put them in the Congo? Not like this. Native Americans never built a nation, that's the difference. Man's never studied history, doesn't know about the Aztecs or the Mayans. Or the Incas. This guy's saying that they never built a nation. They never settled land, they never tilled the earth, they didn't have the agrarian revolution. Juggling playing victory while discussing politics and keeping up with remotely fast chat is a circus act for sure. It is a little bit of a circus act. We get a declined agreement on some of these migration agreements. Now we can't even go for them. Oh, I guess we could just get one only. Who do we have it with then? 2 Sicilies? Yeah, sure, I guess. We accept their pops. Hopefully we can siphon them off. We can go for this, I think. And go for a sovereign empire and, let's see who we can rival that's reasonable. Serbia, that is unreasonable, my guy. And then we'll improve relations with all the GPs. Wow, didn't damage our relations with GPs when we formed a bloc? Oh no, we didn't click form block. Yeah. This also gives us a negative diplomatic catalyst, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Okay, we're gonna need more boats as well. And so we'll have to wait a little bit for that to pop off. Chile unfortunately sided against us. Not ideal. Now we can't deck on Chile. He's generally so full of himself, true if big. Nation states don't exist before 18th century, my bro. Oh, what question are you asking? Because you grew up in the ghetto? Wait, what? Would it be absurd because Native Americans are far too few and far in comparison? I don't know, you're asking someone else. I wasn't part of that discussion. My point is xenophobia or racism can be valid if it doesn't spawn from blind hatred. I don't know, man. I think what xenophobia is blind dislike at the very best. You're not talking about a values-based rejection of another person's set of values, like when you say xenophobia or racism. I think that's what you, like, are saying you're saying, but that's, like, not what you're saying. Like, if you say someone's culture is incompatible with your culture, that's, like, an entirely different thing than saying because of the color of their skin, they, like, are lesser. Did I read the headline that Trump revoked $400 million in grants for Columbia University today? Seems like a lot in grants for one school. I don't know, I haven't read the headlines. I don't know if any one school gets that much. Public schools go hard. Not to start a war here, but I feel like YouTube chat is always wild. It is a little bit wild. I also kind of, as long as people are being respectful towards each other, I kind of let people, or people are not saying stuff that's just gonna like get me auto banned if it like shows up on my stream. I kind of like allow it, even if I disagree with it. I think the ability to discuss things and have disagreements with people in like a civilized type of way is an important skill, and is like something that is America's not generally doing very well at right now. You don't want to siphon Italians? You'll get those anyways. Tries France or Prussia. True, actually. You can't break it yet, though. Migration agreement with China, though. Unfortunately, China has closed borders, so them losing their migration attraction wouldn't cause exoduses. Unless they don't have closed borders in the mod, but I would expect that they just have closed borders as well. With the right to live in my own community with my own productive people, your ideology will lead to other people coming for their gives me that until there's nothing left. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. If you're talking about the intersection of being pro freedom of movement and pro like entitlements or something like this, like the police force, like if someone's visiting our country, the police force protects them as well. And like often there are instances where public services not providing them to other people and like avoid creating a freeloader situation actually produces less net value for society. Like an example of which is like firefighting. If you don't put out fires in someone else's house because they're not paying for firefighting, this is also why you should give firefighting to everyone. It makes people whose houses are adjacent to them who pay for firefighting less safe. Because if you're just willing to let that house burn down, it actually increases the odds that the neighboring house is going to burn down, which is one of the reasons why you shouldn't gate firefighting behind private industry. Like, it just doesn't function. It doesn't function for, like, lighthouses either. Lighthouses are the classic example that gets used in economic textbooks, because they're not an excludable good. You can't only provide light to the people who paid for the lighthouse. The light is just out there to prevent people from crashing on the rocks, right? And so, isn't there a nighttime setting? Yeah, so you can't prevent the lighthouse from giving out its light. It's a non-excludable good. So this is an example of something that government should provide, because it prevents, negative things from ships crashing on the rocks. But if someone pays for it to happen, then other people who don't pay for it can still get the benefit of the light. So you don't actually get the right amount of lighthouses if it is a or if it is a public or privately provided good. So it makes sense to provide it publicly. Like stuff like public education and like firefighting and this type of stuff are similar. Joe, stop talking to this. We're not talking to you. Just play the game. Oh my god. Not like this. Streamers butting in on every chat. Not like this. Man's addressed me, though. How are the arguments against the Russian troll bots going? I don't know the Russian troll bots. Find Crisis is just a hate watcher. There's like a bit of a difference. We want this to pop, right? I think that's how that works. I think this is not vanilla. The Emilian duchies are supporting unification. If we unify our market with theirs, we will be able to create an economic and political entity. Our date has to get later. Relations have to get higher. And we can do it faster if we have trade agreements. That'll get us to 80. So, I suppose, to the extent that we can export to them, we actually do want to. We're just doing stuff that we kind of want to specialize in, not necessarily stuff we're not reading. Reading's for suckers. We're just exporting stuff we want to specialize in and think that we have an advantage in. I guess maybe we should read. Which, this will make us get less free money, but we're trying to increase volume of trade here. So far, we have not been able to get a single trade agreement, though, so this mod seems to make trade agreements quite a bit rough, which is normally how we would try and get plus 80 relations. We're now losing money at a decent clip. Which is good for us. I think we'll go for this. We could also bankroll. Maybe we want that as a tool. Joe, I'm going to explicitly ask your opinion on these takes for Fine Crisis. I'm kind of trying to skim them. It's stuff we've talked about before. It's talking about secularism and degeneracy. I mean, I think when you have enforced either atheism or religion, that's a problem. And then intolerance leads to bigotry and violence. I'm generally pro-freedom of movement, so I'm pretty strongly disagreeing with like any sort of exclusionary like paradigm, which it seems to be what he's arguing for. Is land as important to the game as it should be, or is there rework needed? I like pulled in the muscle on my neck there. Land is really... Oh, wow, that hurts. How important is land? Land's probably okay. The thing is like, the AI doesn't build enough. So you have to take the land yourself very often. But the people are the real driver of, like, economic activity, I feel like. And I think the game properly represents that, but, like, maybe, like, the axis of which improvement needs to be made is that there needs to be more construction from the AI. I want to be rude, but I'm from Canada, and then it's not possible, eh? I was elected to lead, not to... Wait, I caught up with chat? I must have skipped some stuff. You only need 80 relations with OPMs, you can just bankroll? Yeah. Or who is it? It's just with the OPMs? Parma, but Modena Luca. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And now we're losing 50k, but who cares? Wait, why are we losing so much money? Except we're kind of not losing money. I was hit by an FSB agent. I just want to publicly announce that I am not clumsy near windows, and I am of sound mind. Let the record show. I made the comments about a race war, a Christian white future, not necessarily the secularism one. Oh yeah, I think that, like, all humans have value. and are worthy of moral consideration. Hey, Sayuza! Welcome to the stream. How's it going? What are you playing? Some Vic 3 maybe? How you doing? How you be? Tech is slow? Yeah, we gotta get more unis. They're in the queue. We're working on it. But yeah, I mean, I think that, I think that a lot of the, like, society would be more orderly if every, look, I think if you go to first principles and you think about what your values are, and you ask people what their values are, right, then you can decide whether or not something's inconsistent with what they think should be the case. I think it is often the case that the same people who say that they want, the thing that I find a little bit frustrating is that I think that a lot of the people who say that they value freedom and meritocracy will turn around and then say that they think that society would be more orderly if there was just homogeneous both culture and race and this type of thing. Because I think that this is just like an excuse for practices that are unfree and not meritocratic, just in general, and it goes against their own values, and it's like, it might well be true, but I think it's more about the attempt to exclude the other. I also think that in general, Tribalism finds a way if you're going to be tribal in general. So if you find a way to exclude, people on a racial/cultural lens, you'll just find a new point of difference amongst your own in-group upon which to otherize other people, and that you can't really escape it anyways. You have to escape the practice of otherizing and tribalism. You don't escape the other/the other tribe by getting rid of them or by ejecting them from society in some way. You get rid of the other by getting rid of the tribal mentality within yourself, which I think is human nature. So I think it's a project that is one in which you're going against human nature. I'm pro freedom movement is shit Americans say. Freedom of movement only works if you have the assets America has. Yeah, well, I think that I'm a humanist. I believe in value for all humans. I think that in terms of merit, people are not responsible for where they were born. They had no say in this. And the fact that it overdetermines your opportunities, to me, is lamentable from the perspective of humanity. He's got too much muscle on his neck. It's so painful when I throw up in terms of, my ab muscles from, building that up for squatting. Obviously, I don't have a six-pack, but... Oh, Targus leaves the YouTube chat to say hi to Sayuza. Ayo, let's go. Great Britain is taking Suez? Yeah, classic. We have so much in queue. Let's try and get these construction sectors to the top. And then also these naval bases and barracks. We should have done the naval bases and barracks first. I think we'd rather get the construction finished first. But really, really struggling here to... I think I would suggest if you're going to play this mod, play a high pop country. This is kind of rough. Income is low now because you removed all the taxes earlier? Oh, maybe. We could maybe get Brazil to help us with that. Other than that, yeah, I want Christian future. No, I don't want exclusively white. Black Americans, for example, are just as American as anyone else. Yeah, I mean, you can perform the necessary transformations on, my point, I think. Even with your clarification, I think my point still, makes sense, We'll see what Brazil will cook with. Return state. Amazonas is pretty small. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make this primary, though. For the bloc, so for states within the same bloc, also leads to social dumping, which the Western states try to correct by investing in Eastern states, meaning the West subsidizes the East. I mean, the saying they subsidize the East is a bit dismissive of the fact that the West gets really cheap consumer goods, as a result of this economic relation, which they haven't been complaining to until now. Lead mines downsizing might want to subsidize. I think we might want to allow it. Currently we have a problem of just really not having enough labor, and they're all working in the trade centers, I think. And there are some wonky things that appear to be happening, just in general. I'm not sure I like the wonky things. What are we... Maybe we should overbuilt the convoys. We just desperately need more pops. All humans have a baseline value, but some are more capable and hardworking. They should be rewarded appropriately. Yep, I agree 100%. That's why I'm meritocratic in general. If you want to come to the country to look or you want to try and find work overseas in a country, but then you're not as skilled as the people in that country, then like tough titties. He said general again, not like this. Generals would never ban find crisis. I definitely would under some circumstances. I think he kind of, when he's rude to other chatters, is like kind of toying with the line a little bit. I generally have a pretty high tolerance for someone being rude to me. There's like I guess there's a threshold where I would ban someone for being rude to me. I mean, there definitely is. I just like, haven't really seen it that much. Tool shortage, yeah. But like, it's tool shortage and we can't import it very easily. The world is having a little bit of a tool shortage. I guess we're kind of okay with the land reformer Intelligentsia. And then with Bolivia, we can just enforce military access. And be able to push in this way. I really do like, I wonder if they actually scaled up the convoy cost of overseas, these guys. Doesn't look like it. Wow, our trade routes collapsed. What's that about? Interesting, maybe that's a good thing. Again, these sorts of historical accusations are why people tend not to actually listen to your types. I actually find disturbing, just in general, the way in which both sides in America will hold, like, individual people up as representative of the entire group. Not that, like, you people, like, statements are never wrong, but, like, they're often, like, super overgeneralizing. Anti-Austrian League is gone. And I think that this is very much the point of some of, like, the Russian meddling, is to try and create as much division as possible. And so I think that in terms of the public discourse, they try and promote the people on the very far right and the very far left, and also the narrative that these people are somehow representative of everyone on the right and the left. And it leads to people on the right and the left just having not very good characterizations or understandings of where other people actually are. We can do one of these. I mean, we need more pops to get more construction. 13 years is also forever on the block timing, but in theory we maybe should have joined Britain's block instead and really been able to siphon off a lot of migrants. I mean, when a person has a low IQ and a high, low IQ and a low height, tool shortage, yeah. Please laugh. Ha 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 ha. What's the TLDR about the mod about? The mod creates does a whole bunch of stuff in terms of laws and institutions, but what we're really focused on now is a lot of ways in which it affects trade. Notably, it gives an absolutely enormous free money modifier. We're not sure how we feel about that. I kind of think that we dislike it. But our economy is just, like, absolutely blowing up in a way that is, like, not, like, a slight tweak on vanilla, but, like, very much just, like, completely overhauls the thing. So I think we'll side with South Peru here. And we'll make sure that they don't lose to this uprising. The 17 stacks should be more than enough to make progress. I guess actually these guys can land down here now. Perfection. And so we should enforce relatively easy. Is that on us? No. What reactionaries call it subsidizing, liberals call investment, and leftists call imperialism. No, that one's funny. That is very true. It's been a while since Sal has been in the like off-topic portion of the Discord, but we did have like a super tanky there for a while, which was always interesting to hear his perspective. He hasn't been there for a while. Only rude to mods or journalists himself. Actually, you guys can take the heat. I know it. Yeah. Till you catch me on a bad day. Just kidding, they're all bad. These tension headache. We have so much of this stuff. We just need more actual bureaucracy. Oh, dog, this is an institution? Brother. We're gonna decrease some of these, man. Increase education in the other institution. We definitely need more bureaucracy. I think we just have access to this, though. So that's probably worth. And then we get to do this. Bro, this scales? Dog. Yeah, this mod is just wildly upsets the balance. It is interesting, though. I'm very much not sure how we think about this. Gotta find a way to get under journalist skin. There's definitely ways. Yo, journalist, I think Sapiens is a poorly written book and the people in it demonstrate poor taste in literature. Got him. I think being unapologetically mean for no reason and hitting actually where it hurts. What? Skip maybe 30 minutes in the stream and the chat's erupted in a shit show. Yeah, it's been a shit show basically for like 30 minutes. I don't think we have any of the trolls though. Like the mega trolls, we just have a little kind of normal shit show. Did not notice it before, but maybe after presidential elections in November, chat and generalists have become more inclined to discuss politics. We have every year on the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine so far done a fundraiser for Ukraine, even when my channel was like 500 subs or something. So, and we've ripped on Putin every time. But this is now a reaction to us ripping on Putin. Putin was not a like as controversial or chat-driving issue until this year because there's been a lot more. There's a lot more in the political discussion in regards to Putin now. Let's say, as a like gross oversimplification. So this has like kind of always been a thing. What's right or left in the modern day? It depends which country you're in. Like, left in the US is like right wing for Europe, for example. Also depends if you're talking about like socially right or left or like economically right or left. So like context changes a lot. It's like super relativistic to your like, yeah, context. So I don't mind political talks, but the amount of unapologetically racist alt-right worries me. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with them. Like, I'm not saying it's like zero worrisome, but like what specifically is like worrisome to you, I guess, is kind of my curiosity. Oh, we need to do no migration controls, dog. We need that yesterday. We're starting to lose money now, but that's kind of okay. Spain is guaranteeing our independence, yikes. Maybe you shouldn't have globalized the entire world, yeah. Maybe. Only takes one bad strainless for generalist to go Joker mode. Yeah, just specialist gaming from now on. Unfortunately, it makes streams for me less attractive. Living in Russia, I'm fed up with all this Ukraine-related discussion. That's fair. But even English-speaking YouTube isn't obsessed with it. I think that it's getting pushed on both sides pretty hard in terms of an issue of importance. And I could see how, as a Russian, you'd not want to hear about it. So, definitely empathetic. But also, we're gonna keep talking about Ukraine pretty unambiguously. And, like, just to, like, tell you where we're coming from, I think it's a big issue. Or, like, an issue that people in the West and Americans should care about, so... yeah. That is a bummer if you're just, like, here for pure victory and, like, this type of thing. So, I could definitely see how that'd be annoying. Giuseppe becomes a politician. Kinda don't have a problem with that at all, so... Wait, was it a different Giuseppe? It was a different Giuseppe. No! I thought there was only one! There's actually like 2 Giuseppes, agitators, that are like important on game start. What's the joke here? How do you feel about institutions levels interfacing with the interest group approval, i.e. low-level poor laws, +1 oh, that would be kind of neat. It's scaling. I think I'd be on board with that. If it's scaled, if some of the stuff you get from it scaled with the institution or the level of approval. Ivor, the boneless globalizer of the earth. Big nice. If Generalist wants to try some similar mod, he can try Gray's mod. They also increase trade volume, but not so much in balance. Yeah, I want the volume without the free money modifier. I don't know how I feel about this. It is interesting. I mean, like, the fact that we have a company for iron and we're focusing on iron and it's still super expensive as a result of us being able to export and dump iron to people still because their iron's expensive. I think a huge driver of that is actually just the base 50 construction, though. And maybe things look reasonable once stuff starts ramping up. I'm not sure. Something random pog with the loud cars outside. As the poll goes on longer, though, for where did you come over to Vic 3 from, it's becoming overwhelmingly EU4, which is interesting that it's shifted so much. The most discriminatory action is, like, actually better in game. The truth hurts. This doesn't affect him at all unless we're promoting him, right? Garibaldi is trade use usually. He sometimes is not. Are we keeping Savoy? Probably planning on it. I think it's not insane to just give it up, though. It's like taking California, like in theory, would be a lot better than it is in practice, because it just means you have to tangle with the US all the time. We could promote this national movement if we wanted to get multiculturalism, which we do. Well, that's crazy how relevant they are. We're not on tier 3 tech, but human rights isn't that deep into the things. We maybe could think about early human rights and bolster that. There's a huge bonus to bolstering and suppressing. So like this, like 42% is normally really hard to achieve, but we're bolstering the liberal movement. So maybe all we have to do is bolster the Han movement and then go multiculturalism. In theory, we should have taken a much bigger Han state. This is something you could do in vanilla, though. If you just get an enormous percentage of your population from Han, it's generally pretty effective. Not us getting colonial administration and then not using it. Not like this. Oh, not us. We're gonna shake our fist at the air every time. It doesn't colonize unless you add the thing. There's a lot of Giuseppes in Italy. No, there's just 2. What happens to agitators when you fully annex the country they're in? I'm not sure. Literally, the only reason I bought Vic 3 was because of Tarkus's Chingvid. Pog. The main problem for the discussion for me is that Ukraine-related topics are caught up in American culture war controversy. It promotes tribalism in opinions, and rational discussion is impossible. I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think that I also feel very strongly about one side. I don't think it's a both sides have a point type of narrative as much. But I think that generally a lack of ability for Americans to talk to each other is a huge problem. Which is one of the reasons I try and let people disagree on chat more, as long as they're not being rude. I mean, they usually be rude, but like, I don't know, when someone's like rude, I think it reflects like more on them than it does on me. Like when someone says, generalist is a dummy dum-dum whose dumb-dumbness is dumb as dum-dum. Like, I'm like, I mean, you may be right, but... Just looking to fix some of those up a little bit. GraceMod has an interesting way of making the AI invest in their military. All military industries can produce tools and explosives, which makes the AI care about it more. Oh, interesting. I want to change my vote. I just came from Journalist Mom's house. Oh man, not like this. Not like this. To be fair, making mom jokes is actually one of the avenues by which I like am more band happy with people. I mean, I definitely allow some of them. Just in it for the narrative. Hey, Potrak, how's it going? Does this mod have no tax option? No tax law? They have a tax law that, like, lets you kind of do what you want, but, so, no, not this. Let's just show the building. You get to kind of decide your taxes, but I believe it's gated by a combination of laws and tech. But if you go into the Capitol, you have a tax department building and lets you decide how you're taxing. So for land tax, we're not doing any tax. Per capita tax, we're not doing any, but we're doing some level of income tax. So this is generally more progressive, but we're not allowed to dividends tax because we have to pass fiscal reform. So something like this. Well, one side is saying Mexican cartels have conquered Canada, so I'm going to go ahead and say it's their fault. I think it's more complicated than that because narratives from both sides are propagated really, really hard in terms of trying to drive up dissent. And, like, so here's the thing, is, like, when you say one side thinks that the Mexican cartels have taken over Canada, that message is being amplified in a way that is disproportionate to the amount of conservatives that actually believe that. Right? I mean, we'll run a poll, but I think people will just troll the poll, but, like, maybe we could show something. I think people just troll the poll, so maybe it's not going to be useful. But for conservatives only, did cartels take over Canada? I think that this is just it's not going to be effective for proving my point. But I think that this is also happening on the other side. So, like, I think there was, like, a recent study that, like, 70% of Democrats... and I didn't look at the study, so this could be incorrect, but 70% of Democrats think that, you know, trans women athletes should not be allowed to compete against, you know, women that are assigned that gender at birth in sports, specifically, right? But the narrative regarding, like, conservatives about what Democrats think on that issue is, like, they want to do this. And to be fair, the people who talk about trans, like, in terms of a percentage of their discourse more, is definitely conservatives. They talk about it more, and they often talk about the sports specifically, but they project an opinion onto Democrats that Democrats just don't have. Like, the... yeah, especially, like, contact sports specifically. Like, MMA fighting, like... I don't know. Fundamentally, though, in terms of, like, the entire trans discussion, I don't think that that's the most important thing, but that is what conservatives focus on, is the sports argument. But they project onto Democrats a position that they just generally don't hold. Generalist is a dum-dum as a dum-dum, dum-dum, diddly, dum-dum. That's true. I should stop talking. I'm not even trying to say that the other side has a comparing narrative. It does not, although I purposely avoid any pro-Russian content in English. I imagine that the content is more substantive in Russian. And I'm not saying, like, the Russian state media, like, propaganda, but, like, actual people, like, who are critical of, like, Russia, like, their Russian arguments, I imagine, are a bit better. We actually, on our Ideas channel, we watched over an interview with Gary Kasparov that he gave on February 24th in Russian. So we were watching the YouTube translation thing, which, like, it didn't translate that well, so maybe we shouldn't have done that. But we uploaded that recently, trying to hear from Kasparov, who, like, I think generally it's easier to be more informed on that issue if you speak Russian. Banning your mom jokes, pretty sure that's indophobia, my guy. Not like this. More of the problem is you basically cannot get any reliable information. Like the debate in the Oval Office, they were just totally contradictory retellings of what happened. Yeah. To be fair, there are also really unreliable sources in Russian, but yeah, I think the, like, in general, information quality is probably a little bit better. Or, well, if it's not Russian state media, it's probably a little bit better. Like, with that asterisk. You're conveniently forgetting about the fucking decade-long shilling the left did for trans. They only banned that demographic recently. They were never, like, super hard on the sports specifically. I'm not conveniently forgetting about anything. And also, the left very much so supports a bunch of other trans rights stuff. But I'm talking about sports specifically. Is something that gets projected onto the left, which is just not a position that the left, like, really has, as, like, in the aggregate. We get some people just saying that that's not the case. Like, I could go out and get world records in lifting if I wanted to, and I think that that's, like, not, like, the point of the thing. But this, you guys are just repeating the projection. like that this is like what the left wants and this is the thing, which is like kind of, in my opinion, proving my point a little bit. Conservatives tend to exaggerate. Both sides in terms of their projections are projecting the most like far left narrative, because that's what like gets propagated in terms of the discourse, even if it's not representative. What's the best mod for people who like to play vanilla? I like Divergences, which just gives you an alternate start condition. If you're interested in vanilla, I'm not sure if it's up to date, but it does a little bit of changing some stuff, in the sense that there are monument buildings, like there's Mecca, and Mecca gives some amount of minting, but other than that, there's not really very substantive balance changes. The states are not updated, so the Persia states aren't really super great. The Russian states aren't super great. Like those have been buffed in somewhat recent patches, and those buffs aren't in there, at least on the latest version that I played on. But other than that, they are pretty good. I always think it's because left-leaning media supports trans athletes. It's like the left-wing version of flat earthers. I can't remember the last time I saw a spot on MSNBC or CNN that was an opinion editorial spot where they were saying, like, arguing on the side of trans athletes competing against cisgendered women. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just saying, like, in terms of, like, the overall discourse of, like, what I see on, like, that is relatively low. In terms of, like, maybe there's more in print. Maybe the people who get a lot of following on social media are a lot more active on that issue in particular. So, in politics, everyone is exaggerated. It's just easier to spot when you're on the other side. Yeah, but I think very significantly, since 2010, it has gotten a lot worse. In a way that it's not like, oh, just old business, old news. I think that the tribalism has increased an enormous amount. And I think trying to, like, I think dismissing it is maybe dangerous. Because if you dismiss it, you avoid the fact that I think that, like, we should actively try and resist this type of effect. So in theory, we're making money, but we just can't for the life of us drain the investment pool. We need more raw cash, I guess. Maybe we are supposed to tax the people a little bit. How big is your international viewership? We could try and check with a poll. Let's try and check with a poll. Let's do Bessemer process as well. How many people are... Yeah, we just have such huge levels of trade routes. It's taking up all of our pops. Because it creates money out of nothing. I don't like the creating money out of nothing nonsense. Because in theory, like, you should, like, create a triangle of 3 large nations where you just, like, spin the goods in a circle to create more free money. Like, with the same amount of goods. Just trading the goods is better than eating the goods. Maybe you can't do it with, like, the level of buy orders. Why can't we see any... Is there really no steel in our economy? Yeah, we have 260 construction and we have no steel in our economy. Is insane. You seem to misunderstand what happened. People who voted explicitly against transgenders in this election, it was never about the sports issue. It was about all of it. People on the right, yeah. Did the cartels take over Canada? Yeah, even so, the majority of conservatives, even when the troll answer is just to vote yes here, say that the cartels did not take over Canada. Oh, what were we gonna pull? I forgot what we were gonna pull. Credible sources and avoiding sensationalism, sensational comments can help. I agree. I try not to make any super broad, sweeping, sensational comments. A lot of people make sensational comments because they're more entertaining to make. But I just want to add here, troon is a slur. Yeah, I would prefer you not use racial slurs. If something could get me in trouble because it's printed on my screen, then you are not, like, allowed to say it from the function of, like, I do not want my YouTube channel to get shut down because of text that, like, you're putting out here. The whole transport thing is a cherry-picking a few extreme characters on the left and then painting the whole U.S. left with a caricature. I say this is gun-loving, gas-guzzling moderate. Yeah, this is my point. The caricature. I think it's important to note that it happens on both sides, though. The caricature and cherry-picking. Like, I live in a fairly conservative area. I talk with a lot of conservatives. They're not what the left, like, generally projects in terms of the public discourse them to be. I also talk with a lot of people on the left. They're not what conservatives project them to be in the public discourse. The classic go for South America. Man, a lot of people have been willing to give us this. Did we just finish the tech? I think we did. Yeah, we did. So we can bankroll these smaller ones in here and try and get to the Million Trade League. Yeah, so the sexually oriented stuff in regards to describing sexual acts, I'm not a fan of Find Crisis because that can get me in trouble on YouTube. Like, in terms of what words we're allowed to use and what we're allowed to discuss. Right? CNN and MSNBC don't explicitly support it in sport, but they cast a negative light on pushback in sports. They don't talk about it all that much. Like, I watch a lot of both Fox and MSNBC and CNN. Probably more Fox than the other. Overwhelmingly, it is more narrative on that news network than it is on MSNBC or CNN. The origin of separating sports is the biological difference. You can't deny the trans people retain majority of their original biological traits, so yeah, separate league or something. I think a separate league is a good idea, and I also think that the male category fundamentally has always been an open category. They just call it the men's one because it's, like, less offensive than just calling it the open category. But women are allowed to compete in, like, in the United States, they're allowed to compete in the NFL and the NBA. There's no rule against it. I believe there was a female kicker once. I think any trans athlete should be able to compete in the men's division if they want to get themselves into that. But yeah, the entire idea is protecting women. But Kasparov is not the best source of information at all. I can only compare his beliefs to people of Alex Jones' caliber. I'm not sure I agree with you. Kasparov is a little spicy, though. I mean, I would agree that Kasparov is a little spicy. According to the YouTube audience data, I think 80% is outside the US. Oh, you're responding. That's what I wanted to pull. Yeah, but one of the problems, though, Connor, is that people, like, use VPNs and say that they're from, like, random-ass places. In terms of the YouTube data. As someone who has several trans friends, both male and female male to female, I can quite guarantee you that they're not perverts, yeah. I mean, the opinion of pre-Trump Republicans and Democrats in the US were merging into two-faced, one-party corpo state. Yeah, this is kind of my perspective and my problem, is that it's like a selling out to corporate interests. And one of the reasons why Trump also movement gained a lot of power is because people were dissatisfied in general. Right? And I think that that doesn't really happen. If people generally like what's going on with their country. It's inexplicably tied to sexual fetishes. I really don't think it is. I think you're projecting the sexuality onto it. MSNBC did a few times after the election. You can see a few social media heads. I agree that most Dems don't support trans athletes, though. The one that attack ad swung Pennsylvania by 2%. I mean, the fact that it was a really effective ad was, they did report on that. But that one was not talking about trans sports specifically, I don't think. Maybe it was. I can't remember. I would bet, like, my entire net worth, though, that if you scraped every single minute of Fox and MSNBC over the past 6 months, and you saw which one talked about trans stuff more, that Fox would be talking about it more. So I'm not sure to what extent I was behind Fine Crisis, but let's not talk about the corn on stream and the sexual stuff, because that can get me into trouble in regards to being able to have stuff on YouTube, right? We're either going to let left populist or right populist movement, and because reactionary and leftists have been winning, we got the right-wing movement first. Yeah, I think Bernie would have crushed Trump had he won the nomination in 2016. We would have had a radically different timeline. We need more boats. We do have boats in the queue. Let's put some more in the front. We need to land something. So right now we have only 38 people outside, 38% of people outside the USA. But notably, we're also in a time like block that is probably better for the US than Europe. Europeans are probably asleep right now, so it's not necessarily very representative. I get really tired of the emotive language. It's really hard to read between the lines on each subject. Yeah. Can you give me an example of the opposite side caricature? You mean in terms of, like, I don't know which opposite side you're talking about, because I think we gave one for each. Like, that, projecting onto the left, for example, the opinion on being, like, entirely pro-sports and this type of thing, and wanting to teach about, like, sex in school, and, like, this stuff's just not accurate in terms of where the people on the left are. And, like, people on the right don't think that Mexico or the cartels have taken over Canada. And, like, a lot of people on the right actually dislike Trump. It's not in nearly like this just a wholehearted support for, like, Trump specifically, as much as it is, like, a dislike of the left for a lot of them. Yeah. Let's try and catch up with the chat a little bit. Greetings from Magistan. Greetings to Magistan from Europe. Yeah, I mean, the European belief that we're all MAGA is also a form of, like, caricature. But also, like, I don't know, he did get elected. He got elected with, like, a third of the population, though, is the thing. So, like, 16% of, like, or 17% of people in the US, like, voted for him. I think apathy is probably a better explanation than support. One of the great inequality between men and women thing is the fact that women need a league in chess. Top 1 female chess players, not even top 50. I think that a lot of that's social, and that Judith Polgar is kind of a really strong demonstration that it's social. On the chess subject, I do disagree. In the aggregate, women don't do super well, but Judith Polgar didn't really have a genetic advantage. Her dad just wanted to see, hey, if I raise my kids to be as good at chess as possible, what will happen? And every one of those three sisters was an absolute crusher in chess. Judith Polgar, significantly better than Susan, though. Susan was also really strong. I think she was in top 100 overall, but Judith made it to playing in the candidates tournament for world champion, where she, I think, kind of cracked under the pressure because she played really poorly in the candidates relative to, like, her normal, like, her performance rating in the candidates was significantly lower than, like, what she did in tournaments playing against the top men. But I think Judith Polgar specifically is actually a really good example of that, like, not being the case. Unless, like, you'd have to say that Laszlo just high-rolled, like, somehow having a really high genetics daughter rather than just being the actual person who conducts the experiment of, like, what happens if we try and get these girls really into chess. Also, having taught chess to school and after-school programs, like, I think that there's, like, I've seen a lot in terms of the way interest in chess is, let's say, encouraged much more in boys than it is in girls, per not just the parents, but, like, also the teachers, as well as, like, chess instructors and this type of stuff. Like, I think that is, like, definitely environmental, because to be clear, a woman 100% would never be the top 8 in powerlifting. That's just, like, categorically, like, it's like a woman would be top 8 in powerlifting if the men all had one arm. Like, there's, like, actually, maybe not even then. The top men with one arm might be able to, like, outperform. It depends how much they could deadlift with one arm. I really don't know. That's, like, kind of a weird, like, thought experiment. But, like, it's nowhere close. Like, the notion of someone hitting top 8 in powerlifting that is, like, a woman is just, like, it's a non-starter. So it's, like, the closeness of that is a completely different thing. Also, Judith hit top 8, like, during when the top 2 guys were so ungodly far ahead of the rest of the field. And so, like, in terms of, like, being, like, the mega standouts, I guess that makes her functionally further behind them than if it was close, perhaps. But, like, the fact that she was never, like, world champion is, like, she wasn't that far off of it, is kind of, like, what I'm trying to say. Or at least playing for the world championship, she was not far off of. Kasparov was an absolute crusher during that era, though. She beat Kasparov in a rapid game, though, if I recall correctly, with the black pieces. So, while he was champion. But now we're so far behind in chat. Not like this. Culture wars the struggle to define America. He traces it as Protestant Catholic partisanship as far as I can remember. Interesting. What does this mod add or change? It does some stuff with... it adds a whole bunch of institutions and laws. And specifically, it really uber juices trade and gives a free money modifier that I think we're just generally kind of not a fan of. Although now we're starting to lose the monies. I think us making government jobs is pulling everyone out of the trade centers, and that's what's like actually slowing down our economy really significantly, which is kind of funny and cute. But we just don't have enough population here. Oh, we lost the gold. Just kidding. I have a brain. Alright. Well. The gold is actually a better explanation there. These guys are probably going to push if they're on pushing. I've been watching Bernie's videos. He's good. Yeah, I'm a fan of Bernie. Regarding Kasparov, he does not talk much shit in English, but it is widely known that his promoter was called, I can't read the Cyrillic, pseudo-historians who believe that the history is fabricated. Oh, that would... I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm saying I can't possibly evaluate that without, like, being able to, like, examine, like, that position and Kasparov's, like, Russian on it and this type of thing. I don't know what history is fabricated would mean. There was a lot of things from Kasparov's book on Putin that I, like, independently checked myself before I used it, so... And the issues that I found substantive enough to have a very strong dislike of Putin checked out. They still voted for him and this guy is on TV and saying that shit? Yeah, but it's projecting it's not even the majority of people who are right-leaning in America voted for him. And a lot of the ones who voted for him, like, did it because they really, really hated Biden, which is, like, I think silly, but that's different. I dislike Biden, but, like, not, like, to the extent that I want what we have right now. We can probably move more of these things in. The thing is these create institutions. Let's go total separation if we can here. And can't we put the Intelligentsia in Go? Yeah, we can. Buying the most Giga Chad monks, they still feel sexual attraction, yeah. I feel like I've caught up to the point where you guys have already heard, like me say, I'd rather you just not talk about sexuality on stream. Just in a general sense. So... I'm gonna get caught up, and then if people keep talking about it, I'm gonna time them out. From the perspective of, I don't want the YouTube channel to be having difficulty. Anyways, gonna head out. Bye, Gene. If you're still here, you're probably gone by now. Yeah, big true. That's what the cat says. Meow. Do definitely want to be researching something. I think we want to go relatively early multiculturalism and open borders and this type of stuff. We definitely need more boats here. Good night, Mr. Vic 2 developer. One-arm powerlifting, lol. You're gonna try the gym next time, are you? We definitely do a lot of stuff with one arm. I can get 200 pounds over my head with one arm, which, by the way, is like 50 pounds, like, kind of related to the conversation. It's 50 pounds over, like, the women's world record. for the bent press specifically. Although I think a female strong woman, like a modern one, could probably beat that record. If they trained it for like 6 months or something. Let's get caught up. Yeah. Learn how to read Cyrillic since you are invested in Ukraine. It only takes 3 hours. Well, isn't the Russian language is also in Russian? It's not just like Cyrillic. It's like also a different language. What do you mean? It's not just like even if I learn the other alphabet, he's not typing it out in English and the other thing. Is Find Crisis? All right, we're gonna time him out because he's definitely not listening to me. Trump's net approval rating is still positive for now. Is it really? Because I've heard conflicting polls. I understand that the way approval rating and disapproval rating works is not that it's not 100%, so his approval rating is still below 50%, but it's not how I remember it. If Trump backed Ukraine, would you support him? Well, there's 2 issues I really care about, and that's getting the money out of politics and Ukraine, and then it's getting the money out of politics way high, and then Ukraine, and then everything else is kind of way beneath that. I think that I still find the whole Elon Musk thing very problematic, because it seems like that is the opposite of taking money out of politics. That seems like fast-tracked corruption. Hey, we have the trade league thing that we could do, because these guys are 80. And we get a trade agreement with each of these. Okay. USA will take on their debt? Sure. That won't be a problem. Journalist killing the convo? Bro, this stuff appears on the VOD, man. Like, it shows up on the VOD, like, in YouTube, like, censors, like, talking about sexual stuff. Like, it's not that I care about you guys having a conversation. Can you crip walk, though? No. We could do the rap god thing really fast. But I said multiple times. Journalist dropped the timeout. Yeah, it was just a 30-minute timeout. He definitely was caught up when I said stop talking about it, so I'm like okay with like yeah, it's like I don't want to have that hashed out on my channel because it is against like it doesn't comport with like what YouTube allows with the like level of advertisement and this type of stuff. Right. Just general pronunciation of Cyrillic gets you far. Just being able to sound out the words sometimes gets you there. You can probably guess Nova Historia means new history. That makes sense. Can you do the Louis Cyr dumbbell? That's like a function of how big your hand is. My hand's not that big. You have to have a really big ass hand, even if you have a strong hand. I have a relatively strong hand, but like I don't have. Like I have. Where are my grippers at? So these require 200 pounds of pressure to close. And it's a little bit easier if I'm warmed up, but like I can close these just fine. And most people can't close something like this, or get particularly close. Even most people who lived. But who are we gonna argue with? I know, the chat's gonna die out. Shame. The MAGA base has a total passivity of opposition to in the reaction to Trump's overreach is how Putin-style autocracies start. I agree with you to some extent, but also, Republicans haven't been passive. A lot of the Republicans that have been willing to and wanting to like stand up to Trump have already done so. And then now they're not in politics anymore, so... When do we annex the people for free? Ecuador is not anywhere near as good, but it does look nice on the map. That's usually the reason why we go for Ecuador. How can I procrastinate with someone without someone to fight with? No, you're gonna have to work on the video. Trump averages about 50-50 on approval. Yeah. Net positive came from Harvard, from Harvard, which is biased. I mean, I've heard multiple. Well, yeah. I'm not... We could look this up and see the different polls and see what they say. People like to reference the polls that make their guy look better or the other guy look worse. We gotta get the money out of politics, so I've invested the power in the hands of the richest people on earth. Yeah, so fundamentally, I would still have a bigger problem or an enormous problem with Trump. I had less of a problem with Trump before Elon Musk donated $250 million to his campaign and, you know, got himself in there and is now pushing a bunch of buttons. Like, fundamentally, I think the government should protect people from oligarchs, and from the prospect of oligarchy, because bureaucracy has some problems. Boy is the government often inefficient at stuff, but it's at least accountable to the people in a way that, like an oligarchic, form of running things is not. 48.1% approve, 47.3% disapprove last time I checked on Silver Bulletin's polling averages. Alright. I haven't been tracking it super close, so the trajectory is a little bit more interesting to me than, like, where it's at. I guess if I tracked polling closer, I'd probably be able to tell that thing just by where it's at. I know some people have said that, like, it's the worst approval rating by a president at this point in office, but I always thought that that was a disingenuous statistic, since for nearly every president, they are the worst that has ever been at that point in office, because the average polling rating of presidents has just gone down historically, like since Nixon. So the trajectory of his approval and the rate of the trajectory is, like, important to me. Delay's crazy but understandable, yeah. I mean, I'll catch up now with the timeout. Do we allow French in chat? We do not allow foreign language, except for Je suis un chat, because I can't moderate it. So keep it in English, please. I assume he's not saying anything, like, with the first one, but I do have to keep it in English because I can't moderate French. Unless you wanted to moderate the French, Tarkos, and you speak French. Then I actually wouldn't mind, but... we chat about something less offensive than the French? No, we can't. Every time French comes up, I always think about how, like, it's dislike of French or France is completely normalized within the Paradox community in a way that, like, disliking another community would just, like, not be allowed. I'm here to chat, not to read. True. Speaking German now. Trajectory is going down pretty fast, yeah. Is it going down faster than previous American presidents? Do you know on that one? That would be the metric that I care about most, because all presidents for the most part go down. But you don't have to look that up. Just in terms of being precise with the statistic, that's probably important to have or follow. Do we prefer plantations to farming? I'm not really sure. We don't have access to rice. If we had access to rice, we prefer farming. If we have access to the other, we don't. I think we prefer the grain one, though, just because it affects, the grain one affects subsistence farms. Chauvinism is a French word and Schadenfreude is German. Neither above are accidents. In Jan, his approval was like 50% approval versus 42%, so he's lost quite a lot. That is a lot in just a couple months, I think. Do we allow Latin or ancient Greek? Klingon only. Klingon or English. I can moderate the French, yeah, but keep it English because I'm not watching. Yeah, just kidding. No one... Tarkus isn't watching. Gotta keep it in English. There are words in these languages which almost sound the same but have opposite meanings. Something like Divika in some languages means girl and others prostitute. We earned our right to be hated by everyone. Our superiority creates controversy. I mean, like, I guess the French people aren't really complaining about it, I guess, is maybe, like, one thing or narrative to, like, draw here. Looks like we have some stuff that's, like, primarily based on game date. But I assume we're eventually going to get the formation. Maybe we should be on a faster speed here. Just trying to keep an eye on the infamy. Today I read an article about President Buchanan, who's sometimes considered the worst president so far. Not a huge fan of the so far part. We kind of don't like that this movement popped, because now we're not going to have a multicultural movement that's very strong. The soy in this chat, especially the mods, no surprise, is reaching dangerously high levels, so sheep thief. Also, if you choose, what would the next DLC what would the next DLC center around? I'd really like them to fix trade alongside the Navy and make the theming be like you know, overseas trade / ruling the seas / projecting influence, this type of thing. So see like a conflict of like caring about strategic interests more, Navy improved in the projection of power through naval supremacy, and then also trade improved, kind of in a very like synergistic type of way. No. Okay. We get an event here. The Piedmont Emilian integration. Thanks to the economic strength generated, the 3 duchies are now part of the Piedmontese market. In order to successfully complete unification, we must proceed with political and territorial integration. Oh, not a diplomatic incident. So we annex them. We'll do that. Italian Legion of Volunteers. Not gonna lie, complaining about soy is more soy than being soy. That's kind of true. What power level is your preference, Mr. Based Lord? Known hate watcher. We do have a few of them now. Real Sigmas ignore the soy, they eat beef. True. They got their own shit they be doing. Yeah, I don't know, like, soy is just like... We get a Germany formation. Very cool. It slowly happened over time. Baden still hasn't joined up. I'm a Shrigma male. Rarest type. I read Shrugma male. You're just like, eh. I'm a Shrugma male. Eh. What's your opinion on this? Eh. Shrugma male. Ain't nobody's giving him to give a fuck. Moderators, can we ban the mods? I can ban the mods. You lose the trade port modifier unless they fixed it. Time for another war for a trade port. Really? That means we can incorporate it though and then return state CB it? God, that's stupid. Disney fired everyone working on 538, so it's kind of hard to find Biden's approval ratings. Wait, what? There's no one who records that shit? They took down the website as well? I mean, I think I remember, yeah, 538 being the website to go to. Bro, that sucks. Looks like we have these guys roughly in order, though. And we could at least look at average. And this is, like, kind of what I was talking about, is, like, if you look at from Nixon, it's generally a downward trend. Down, down, down. Up with Ronald Reagan. We do have, he was popular. HW, popular, but didn't get reelected. Big popularity, of course, the bump because of the fall of the Soviet Union. And then from him, we have down, 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 down. Alright, so the general trajectory with a couple of hiccups in terms of Ronald Reagan beating out Jimmy. Jimmy didn't get reelected. And then HW beating out Reagan because fall of, you know, the Soviet Empire type of thing. Notably, HW not reelected. I think there's also been more chatting on my streams since I increased the size of the chat box. But I did that for the Ukraine stream, so it's probably just the Ukraine stream. Causing, I guess, the people who disagree with my politics to come out more in force. Can't mod each other, only generalists, yeah. A naval expansion would be sick. I'd like that. Yeah, I think the game doesn't properly capture like the essence of colonialization and exploitation and like extraction of value, and that would go a big step is fixing trade and doing that. I have a video on freight specifically you could look up if you wanted to see some of my ideas on improving trade. That I would like to see with that type of thing, but I think that's a bit optimistic. The approval rating of different institutions decreases over time among most countries in the world. I suppose that probably makes sense. But to the extent that that's occurring, saying that, like, if you say that Trump is, like, the worst ever, it's, like, to some degree, it's just, citing a trend. Although Biden, I think on average, was he a little bit higher than Trump on average? He might not have been. Yeah, Biden was 1 point higher on average than Trump was. Which, but that's like... And Trump was several points lower than the person preceding him, Obama. I'm warmed up to soy. It wasn't until adulthood I had tofu and some of those meals are the bee's knees. I like tofu when it's not trying to... The Piedmont Tuscan Alliance. Hell yeah, brother. I hate when soy is trying to imitate meat. When it's like its own thing, it's so much better. Just like in general. So, like, that's the type of... like, soy hot dogs are the absolute, like, worst, like, example of soy ever. This is so fascinating that by constructing and building stuff, government stuff, that takes away from the trade centers, I think this is what's going on. We are, like, collapsing our economy in a way that you do not get this, like, in vanilla, because trade is irrelevant in vanilla. Or we're collapsing it to, like, what it looks like in vanilla a little bit. Separation of power amongst mods. Terrible. I've been a victim of larceny twice. The first time was when a dentist charged me 60 euros for a 5-minute check. Rough. I leave stream for 5 minutes to give my kids dinner, and when I come back, we're looking at approval ratings for Trump and Eisenhower. I was curious about the trend. Like, there's a lot of, like, kind of disingenuous reporting, like, by people who want to push a narrative, which is, like, everyone. So while I dislike Trump, to say that Trump has the worst approval rating, like, ever at this point in the presidency is, like... Or to say that you won record amount of votes in an election. Generally speaking, the population's going up. So when the population's going up, as long as voter turnout remains relatively close to constant, you're going to have the biggest voter turnout in history. Just like if approval rating is generally going down, it's likely for the next president to have the worst approval rating in history. So, like, it's not like... acting like it is this big substantive statistic when it is a trend is, like, disingenuous, and you do see it a lot. I do dislike Trump. I dislike him quite a lot, but as a thing to point to for disliking him, I think that one's kind of insipid. Transvaal, but what about Cisvaal? Man. Tark is trying to provoke the conservatives in chat, I guess. Can we get a poll for journalist approval rating? Yeah, dog. We'd probably have to do rank order vote. Polls under 50%, journalist is impeached, and Targus takes over the stream, not like this. We could do that. We could just set Targus up. Not the far left. Oh no. We spent too long trying to get our navy up so we could do this naval landing, not like this. No! Our war goal gets bricked! We should automatically get a free one against Dutch, but I guess this is our shame. When they enforce that, it'll brick our war goal. Sag. It'd be nice if Vic 3 added bonuses states next to each other so Connecticut and DC could be useful. I think DC should be merged with Maryland and all of New England should be one state. I have pestered the developers about this. All of this should be one state. Should just be New England. Triggers the Piedmont Tuscany alliance. Cheers, my friend. Let's get working on those them there. Bankrolls. How much are we getting from foreign investment? I mean, we can't drain... We're nowhere near being able to drain it fast enough. I guess we're kind of getting onto that now, but... It helps that we have subjects. Only if this poll is anonymous. Nice. I think it is. See how the vote's doing. 2/3 say yes in terms of approval. Maybe means with regard to an approval poll. It means It means shrug my mail. Nah. Sorry, he's getting a refill. What's the question? It's my approval rating. To be fair, approval ratings do have, like, a no comment, so that's, like, the equivalent. Been a while since I watched your Vic 3 content. Hey, Outfox, how's it going? What are your feelings on the current state of vanilla in the game? I think it's probably the best it's ever been. I think it hasn't changed for quite a while, and we have these long stretches where it doesn't change for quite a while. When they have winter and summer break. There are some things I would definitely like to see improved, like the Diplo play and trade, specifically. I do think the game itself is in a good spot. The amount of people playing it is, like, I think at an all-time low. If we look at the StreamDB numbers, or whatever. SteamDB. I think we've reached an all-time low, maybe. Certainly in recent kind of months it is. But past 30 days, 5,000 players. I think there's a 4,000 player. Yeah, this is a 4,000 player block. So we haven't had this since before the free week in November of 2023. At which point, like, we've consistently had over 6,000. And so it's down like 20% relative to kind of like recent time. This was the last really big bump was during this, or no, this wasn't the last really big bump. We of course got a big bump during the release of Sphere of Influence in here, but in terms of player count, things aren't going so well. Why do you think that about New England? Mappy significantly affects your ability to do stuff. It also affects migration. Functionally, those states, as a result of being so small, are just like not really that useful, even though they were enormous like sectors, or it was an enormous place for economic activity, and the game doesn't properly capture that, really. Can you explain briefly how to diplomatically unify Italy? It has been a while since we've done it. We actually haven't done it since they got rid of customs unions, so I'm not sure the way it exactly works now. And this is a mod, so this mod is not going to necessarily comport with the vanilla experience. The way it was before, you just kind of got good relations with them, and then you pulled them into your market, and then you would get an event that would allow you to annex them. This is one of the events that allows the annexation, the Risorgimento, but we're not really generating radicals right now. I'm not sure if we're supposed to intentionally generate radicals so that we can get annexed, or if we need other people to generate radicals, but they're not, because the mod is like anti-radicals. I think the mod is streamlined it to being a bunch of events that are tied to like a date in time. You can see here, there's a date and time here. So I kind of think that's what's going on. Oh, this automatically gives us transfer Venezuela. Transfer Venezuela on who? My guy. What are you on about? Okay, they are isolated somewhere. I think we did it wrong. Okay, no. But we did. So we're gonna get that to a 20 stack, and we're gonna try and land with the 20 stack. I don't know if that works. What happened to our companies? We have more companies than we have slots by a large margin. We have the rice company, which we didn't slot in. Didn't slot in this one. little Bugsy action here. Not sure we necessarily dislike this though. Yeah, but had to have the 3 billion irrelevant U.S. States because of the achievement. Yeah, you could just make those states, like, as a unified state worth more. So, on your way to California, this is how we trap the Canadians. This is how we take over the 51st state. The project's begun. Jesus, lemon sticks. What would you do with trade? Right now, functionally, the trade routes are basically only overland trade is effective because trade is so weak and convoys are so weak. And so functionally, you can't really specialize in goods or economies because you can't trade enough to allow for specialization. And so, like, I have a video on freight, which is a different way of abstracting the infrastructure required to move goods, and I would implement that system, but a much simpler and easier like fix would be like tripling convoys would help. I dislike the company play patterns, me too. The system's undercooked. Yeah, it was even more undercooked when we got the early version. Make California and Texas one state. That transfer war goal is a lie. It will not work. That's kind of what I was concerned about. We can get war reps on them, though. Let's confirm that it doesn't work. Big Sag. The new Italian unification thing for vanilla is wait for other Italians to research nationalism, then be a major power, and just have them support you for Italian unification and launch play. Yeah. So... these guys do not support us. Oh, this guy does. There's not a unification play in vanilla, as far as I remember. No need to step over 2 Sicilies. Unless I am mistaken. We see French Empire plus 240ing us. We also have the USA in there, the North German Fed in there. I mean, it seems like we have some journal entry stuff if we don't want to do it that way. Maybe we're just supposed to do it that way because it's faster. By the way, can't you just launch a unification play? Yeah. The thing that resets the numbers you put in troop transfer is so annoying. Like, it is natural to go from left to right when doing it. Yeah. Tarkus doesn't bother denying it. Yeah, Tarkus probably AFK. We know where he is, though. Ew. I mean, we should just actually build up a little bit of a military first. The problem is military just wrecks our economy. I don't know why all our things are over there. I mean, we can teleport everything back if we want to. If we just make a new units over here and then disband everything, everything will teleport to the units. Kind of do want this to be the South African army though, because it can get shadow roamed. How good would the trade system for Vic 2 be? I don't know because I haven't played enough Vic 2 to comment on it. I believe the beginners may struggle with Italy because no countries flip to republic if get too many radicals in this case, and it can be confusing. Countries flip to republic if get too many radicals in this case. Yeah, but when they flip to republic, isn't that to help do the risorgimento? Or are we just imagining things? We'll go for agricultural investments next. Just completely depeasanted so fast. I guess we're 15 years in, but... Not the reactionary movement will exile him. He's Han. I wish he supported the Han national movement instead of the reactionary movement. We're just gonna get our law passed faster here. The main problem with the current state of trade is trade routes decrease performance. I think this is why they nerfed several times in a row the amount of convoys to prevent people from trading as much. I think this is the reason. Countries get goods from the global market in order of rank. I'm not sure I like that as an abstraction because countries would, well, maybe I kind of like it. That would that properly simulates the extractive like nature, because Great Britain would just get the best prices, which is why Great Britain had a really strong advantage during the time period. So that much is correct. Guess I'd be kind of on board with that. The problem is like, it's a very blunt way of doing it. Also, there was convenience in terms of exporting to people who are closer. Like, I do think the handling of the movement of goods was a substantive issue during this time period. So I'm not sure I would consider that an improvement. Maybe we can go up in speed and try and get through some of these events. Really just kind of struggling with the Navy, though. Let's do some of this. I think this is going to crush our economy as people come off of trade. And we get human rights, but the problem is we don't have a Han... Oh, we do have a Han nationalist movement. So we'll go for agricultural investments into multiculturalism. Where is it right now? What? Oh, do they need... I thought they needed just a number of support, not a number of... Or a number of relevancy, or... activism. No, they have to be more relevant. Well, they were just gonna have another separatist movement instead of being able to pass multiculturalism at this rate. Yeah. How can we get them high enough activism? The answer is we probably can't. We need investment rights somewhere else. Because we have a massive amount of money and nowhere to dump it. Because of the way the mod works. We have a rev, of course, we can't decrease. We would get more employment for the trade, like the trade centers, if we could decrease construction here. Upgrade institutions? That's true. Okay, you're right. Vic 3 added local markets, which Vic 2 players had been begging for it, though in Vic 2, one state only has one resource, so countries with no coal couldn't buy it due to low rank and lack of resources. That sounds like that would make basically countries unplayable. Sphered countries get priority. Flipping to Republic helps Risorgimento, it's true. I mean, beginners can already be confused that they play, say, China, and radicals can liberalize the same way as Italy. One state had multiple resources. Each province had a resource. I do miss RGOs. Do you have a power block? You can form it being a major power. We do have a power block. We have 25 months on our next principle. Our first, even. I'm not sure we're like right on the cusp of forming Italy here. I mean, there's certainly things we could do to like speedrun it. I mean, we probably can win the war. With everyone supporting us. Maybe let's take a quick play and try and see if we can form Italy before we conclude the stream. Kind of already streaming a little bit longer than we intended to. Oh wait, Fine Crisis is back. You're such a soft-skinned loser. Oh no, he banned me. I timed out for half an hour because your ass was so far behind on the chat. You responded to me responding to other in an active discussion. No, dude, I was getting the messages that I had already said stop commenting on that type of stuff because I said it like 3 times. So that is why I timed you out. And if you like can't understand that like I don't want you putting stuff on like the scroll feed as part of the YouTube, like that can get me demonetized, then like you need to like think about that for a minute. Like literally tolerate like just about everything. Because you're talking about me banning you after, like, the 3rd time I said it. He banned me because I can't see his comments. Fine Crisis, you can't see his comments. But his comments might get auto-banned. So, if you use profanity and this type of stuff, your comments could get auto-banned, but they show up in the restream. So, him calling me a loser might have gotten auto-botted. I don't know. Or you haven't blocked or something. Where are these guys? But like, speaking of soft skin, you seem a little upset there that you got timed out, huh? You seem a little bit annoyed there, my guy. In terms of me doing what I said I was gonna do. These places are so good. I think in general, I kind of just want to prioritize going for Burma a little bit more than we have in the past. They have a really good company there. With the idea of eventually annexing them. Why was nobody timed out as they were continue the conversation? You were the one posting the like sexual explicit stuff and referring to the sexual stuff and redirected everyone to the sexual stuff. I'm calling you out and you know it? Not really. Like, pretty clear on it. We need tools. Man, we just always need tools. I guess maybe we're actually supposed to not build the tools ourselves, instead just do this, and then no prioritization, and then we could just import massive amounts of tools. Yeah. Because this gets free money. It's probably better. And then solves our freaking shortage issue. As will that. Back anyway. Crisis, time to make most of a fresh start. No, I mean, Fine Crisis wants to, like, stir up arguments and, like, get everything fired up and this type of thing. He's just trying to get a rise out of me. Here. Or he just, like, can't project himself into another person's position to understand why he was timed out. Just admit it when you're wrong, buddy. Yeah, I'm annoyed you pretend you're some free speech advocate and then moderate completely unfairly. Bro, look through the, like, stuff. In terms of saying stuff that's, like, sexually explicit and, like, stuff that, like, would be, like, if there's someone under 18 in the chat, that would be things that, are going to get censored or moderated in a normal context. You are the one driving most of it, if not all of it. And also, I spoke to you specifically in regards to changing your behavior in my very first warning. I told you to calm down on the talk of it. So, because you're just, like, asserting that one group is, like, I actually don't want to unpack the discussion, because this is the entire point, is I don't want to have the discussion on YouTube, because that's how the channel gets, like, demonetized. Right? So, like, like, I don't want to rehash who said what, because the entire point is if I have to make explicit, like, the way in which you were talking different than the other people, that I have to talk about it out loud, but the entire point is that I don't want it on the channel, like, entirely. Hey, Spunka, how's it going? It was like, Mans gets mad that, like, also, just to be clear, like, free speech, 100%, if I don't want to hear you talking and it's on my stream, I'm, like, pro, like, people being able to ban people from their chat. Like, free speech is not the same thing as freedom to reach other people's ears. If people don't want to be around you, they can just leave. And if I don't want you on my stream, I can eject you from my stream. Right? This is entirely different than being freedom of speech oriented in regards to, like, the law as some sort of, like, larger sort of project. Freedom of speech is not freedom of reach. I don't have to tolerate your discussions if I don't want to. I generally am super, like, open to people talking about pretty much anything, even stuff I disagree with, but not if it's going to get me moderated by YouTube. Like, because I'm not interested in the channel getting yoinked, getting a strike, and all this types of stuff. Check out the Resorgamento buttons, true. We did the Trade League, we did the Alliance. Expedition of the 1,000. Yeah, this is just looking for a game date, and this is game date, so I guess we could just play on fast speed and we're gonna get there. I'm digging my heels because he wants to maintain an audience with a genuine discourse. He needs to have a thicker skin. It doesn't mean... Bro, I let people discuss literally anything, but, like, not, like, sexual stuff. Because, like, YouTube is super uppity about that type of stuff. Like, what are you, like... Like, it's one thing to, like, make innuendos, it's, like, another thing to, like... the thing is, I can't unpack it without even talking about it. So I specifically cannot talk about political topic? How does it make any sense? No, you specifically cannot talk about a sexual topic. You are... you are singling out a group and then raking them specifically for certain sexual proclivities and then describing those sexual proclivities in such a way that it is going to get me demonetized if I were to talk about it specifically out loud. And that's the way in which it makes sense. If YouTube dislikes this stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've tolerated, like, you disagreeing with me on Ukraine and just like let you chat like a whole bunch, even though that's an issue that's obviously important to me. So you're like trying to find one specific instance to try and like get me to like get upset or to feel like, oh, this guy's a hypocrite, this type of thing. And it's like if you're trying to look at the broader like spectrum of like what's going on here, I've disagreed with you on so many things. You've been personally insulting to me on so many occasions that I just don't really care enough to like want to do anything about it. And then on the issue of the particular sexual stuff where it endangers my channel, I obviously do want to do something about it, and so that's why you get bobbed. Like, you're more patient than I would be with that guy? Yeah, thank you, Svanka. That's, like, the point is, like, bro, I am so, like, patient with regards to moderation relative to other people. Other people, it's like, yo, bro, I don't like the vibes. You're bopped. And I think it's perfectly within my right to do that as well, because if I don't want to read your messages, I don't have to. I could just bop you. It's not like, my like chat and my Discord are like these government run like public forums or something like this, and then the guy like whines when he like misbehaves, and then he gets bopped because he doesn't want to be accountable for his actions. I genuinely think I was treated unfairly, but as he elaborates more about how I was out of line, I'm beginning to understand it better. I mean, it's like, it's the... I don't want the topic being discussed. Like, also, like, the group you were talking against for, like, 20 minutes before I told you to calm down on the specific line of ingress, right? And I wasn't having a problem with it. I mean, I've disagreed with you, because, like, I just, like... I'm a humanist, but, like... I don't want to get my channel bopped, man. People do not understand that free speech is related to public speech specifically. Treat streams as private, like meeting at one person's house. Yeah, exactly. It's like, also, in terms of talking with people I disagree with and, like, people who are insulting to me and this type of stuff, I, like, do that, like, I think I'm way more permissive than, like, other streamers and this type of stuff. And often to the extent that it's, like, I'm making an error of sorts, but, like, in the sense of, like, growing the channel as much as possible. Because of, to the extent that I am committed to letting people who I disagree with talk on the channel, but I'm not gonna, like, there's categories, so, like, there's categories of things that you can get demonetized for, right? And maybe we could even show this on stream. If we want to try and make it clear to people. We just have to upload a brief video. Is there anything personally identifying in this? I don't think so. Okay, like, this is a short we uploaded to the channel before. Right? First of all, we have to decide whether or not something's made for kids, right? We're gonna mark no, it's not made for kids. Then here's add suitability here. Okay? Inappropriate language. If someone is super hamming it up with the profanity, I will also ask them to chill out, or I'll time them out. Okay. And then we see their notion of what this is. Okay. Adult content. And this is the one specifically we have a problem with. The basic one that can start getting you bopped: romance or kissing, discussions of romantic relationship or sexuality without reference to intercourse. Intercourse was being referenced. Fully obscured nudity that is indiscernible without intent to arouse the audience, breastfeeding nudity, etc., something like this. Here we have classical art displaying discernible intercourse, such as a pictorial sexual act. This is, by the way, medium boppedness, and so we're not even going to read everything on there. Exposed with minimal covered sexual body parts or full nudity. We're having discussion, so like this isn't happening. Discussion of sexual topics such as fetishes, tips, experiences, video thumbnail with sexual content, sexually arousing scenes, etc. But discussion of sexual topics, including fetishes. Violence isn't going to be particularly relevant here, but we're not showing dead bodies on stream either, which like would be something that would potentially be something we'd be interested in. Like if we were talking about Bucha, but then this demonetizes the video and makes it at least reach less people. Okay. Shocking content. Stuff like spreadsheets. If you display this without a warning, you're gonna get bopped. But like, okay, this is the stuff. Don't you have a YouTube? You should know this. Oh no, it has to be monetized for you to see this. But harmful acts and unreliable claims. This is. I haven't read the unreliable claims thing that closely. Recreational drug content enabling dishonest behavior. This one's like kind of just like a weird cover your ass one. Hateful and derogatory content. I allow a lot of like hateful type of speech in my opinion, but content referencing protected groups or criticizing individual opinions or actions in the matter. Content that may be offensive to individual groups but is used for education, news, or in a documentary. Hate or harassment towards individual groups. When I allow this stuff in my chat and it shows up on the feed inside like the stuff, like this is a way in which I can get bopped. And generally, I'm permissive on this if I feel like people are having a good faith sort of discussion, and probably more than I should be. Firearms related content, sensitive events, we're kind of talking about this. Discussions involving loss of life or tragedy that are not exploitative or dismissive, so we're definitely checking this box type of thing when we, talk about Ukraine. Controversial issues as well. But like, I mean, like this is like a bit of an aside, but like the point is like what shows up on the feed is part of the content. Later skater. Regardless, I don't think it was worth a 30-minute mute. From my perspective, you were not listening to me. Maybe I should have muted you for a like shorter period of time. I think I don't think there's like an objective measure of what's appropriate there. It was before them, which is weird. Especially since you were far behind on chat, I literally say, okay, I'm done now, and the rest of chat dropped it. You expect me to drop it before them, which is weird. I mean, with my initial comment, I told you specifically, so I would expect you to drop it before them, yes. If I single you out and say that, like, you need to calm down with it. If I explicitly say like one person, then I would expect them to stop first. I disagree with that. And in terms of like what's the appropriate level, like, you know, I don't think that's like an objective measure. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should have timed you out for 10 minutes instead. I think it's 1, 5, 10, 30, 24. Wait, do we not have... How do we not have any steel in the market? Bro, are we on iron frame? Bro. That kind of explains a lot, eh? I actually think if you could specialize hard, that forcing import on steel is super good. So let's do this. People gathered at salons instead of chats on the internet, and they could be kicked out of these meetings if they behaved bad. Yep. People with their entitlements, my guy, this stream doesn't even belong to you. Even right now, he's trying to make this stream his space. If you don't like it, move on. It was just a timeout. Hey, it's Sir ICS. Dude, that must be a Svanka emote. Yo. Svanka's rise up. I don't know what you refer to yourself in plural in terms of people who watch your content. I started the sentence before I could think that one through. So I just said Svanka's rise up. Classic. Alright, so we are almost bankrupt. We don't have any rev going. We're gonna delete a whole bunch of our construction. And this will free up people to also work in various factories. I guess in theory we actually don't need to decrease it if it is, yeah. And then a bunch of stuff entered the queue. That is because there's available labor in all those places we fired off. So the auto queue wants to start building stuff again. There's a very cute interaction there. We are draining that down. I think we're just going to keep the stuff paused, but we probably need to rake back construction even more. We'll go in Sardinia and Piedmont, as this will free up people to be employed in other things. I guess trade routes, if we have unprofitable ones, we maybe take an axe to some of them. Oh, did we cancel something that was using 1,500 convoys? That's not what we wanted to do, eh? This one actually matters because it is a separatist movement. Did our guy die? What happened here? Oh, we're currently navally invading there. Got it, got it. I don't think we're getting in there. So let's just cancel this for now. And then move it on over here. YouTube demonetization rules are always insane. Nowadays, people do not say Austrian painter's name out loud. Yeah, I mean, and also you say, like, unalive, you say corn, like, it's like... I do know all of this, General, so I'm monetized. Admittedly, I didn't know you could talk about, you couldn't talk about the other stuff. Yeah. Like, that one's like, it's like a bopping that doesn't further discussion. Which is why, like, the sexual stuff specifically, I just really don't want to talk about, because I think the payoff is, like, non-substantive. I think you could, like, make points about other stuff that's, like, more meaningful if you want. Like, I have opinions on sexuality, I'm just not going to discuss them on stream. I'm addicted to Eamon Batuta Explosive Start, how do I stop? You play Ben Franklin and do the Science Explosive Start instead. That one's actually a lot of fun and somewhat similar. If you have the Carthage DLC, the Explosive Start's kind of pretty bad on Carthage, because you just trip over your feet. So that would maybe be one way to stop. I appreciate your openness and all opinions on chat, but that's a bit too much if you want to play good with YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost certainly shooting myself in the foot. A lot of my videos do get, like, monetized, like, deprioed on stream when, like, discussions come up. Maybe it's not a super high amount, because I think that people generally aren't reporting. But if people, like, started reporting a lot, I'd probably get flagged a lot. And then I'd have to be more uppity about it. How's it the streamer's chart for anything typing in chat? The streamer's responsible for moderating, and it shows up on the screen right here. So, to some degree I'm not responsible, but if I tolerate something for an extended period of time, then I am responsible. On topic change, how's that drawing pad going? Find much use for it? I haven't been using it maybe as much as I should have. I was planning on doing more videos on the Ideas channel, and maybe I'd get a stream or two done on those. That's really kind of like what I was more interested in it for, was streaming on the Ideas channel, and then I didn't make very good use of it. Womp womp. Mass migration is huge, though, for us. Considering POPs is our biggest problem. 100%. Oh, man. Conversation reminds me of your school years so much. The emoji... Oh, no, wait, no. The YouTube conversation. The Svankas are rising up on the Twitch. Anyways, good night, everyone. Good night. Where are all your POPs going? Thought it was 10 million plus before. We lost our treaty port. Our GDP jumped. From us firing. Yeah, so as we add government buildings, it just is super volatile because we have no POPs, and the POPs are so productive in the trade centers because the trade centers are obscene. So as we remove government programs like construction, it's just going to absolutely blast our economy up. Because now people will hire up in the trade centers and stuff. Like, so our economy has no business being this big, like, relative to vanilla. Oh, rip the dream, dude. Can we not land that? Maybe we haven't recruited back up. Also, I guess us losing troops to this is not ideal. Oh, these guys have our text. I forget about that. That's so stupid that they have skirmish infantry. My brother in Christ, what are your opinions on the mod? Dude, did you ask before and I ignored you? Or are you just opening with the my brother in Christ? My opinions on this mod is... I think a lot of this stuff is pretty interesting. I think that the free money juice I'm like less on board with, but there's a lot of laws and a lot of interesting stuff, and I think it does let you specialize. Maybe I would just take some getting used to, but like the free money juice like is so extreme in this mod that it just plays way different. Like right now, the fact that we expanded out the army or anything just like completely axed our economy because we like trying to add navy and army to maybe go for unification because we were like, okay, we'll need an army, this type of stuff, just absolutely kicked our economy in the nuts because everything is just like 100% getting goods for trade and then using trade to hit free money modifiers. So, I mean, maybe it's not bad, but it's like literally a completely different vibe. But you realize the only scenario where people start reporting is you attract the weird leftist types who just want to lock down chat. I actually say some stuff that's like repellent to like people like on the left. I think people on the far left are like. I mean, you might think I'm like far left, but I really do think like I disagree with. So I say stuff like I'm not like empathy oriented politically. I'm oriented by like freedom and meritocracy, which like people on the left don't like that. We need more cannons, not like this. So these guys have 9, so they can get 2 more. But this is gonna really brutalize our economy by building 2 military units and recruiting them into that instead. What are we even paying out so much for? Government wages are insanely high. We have them on low, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I already have enough tax capacity, these are really what I should go after. Oh, I don't have enough bureaucracy anymore. Wow, we lost that quick. That was my bad. I guess I'll add some back and cry, because that was a miss micro. I wasn't watching this. Is the amount we're getting from these, like, way different? We definitely should delete some of them, though. Trying to add Navy is actually just crushing us, isn't it? Any chance of another stream later? Maybe. You're still bankrolling? Oh, we're still bankrolling. Yeah. It's not a lot, though. It's only 13k, but yeah, I mean, we could stop bankrolling. Especially if we want to fight two Sicilies. Why is the YouTube chat always trying to talk about leftists when you're forming Italy? Get your head in the game. It's a lot of laws to work through changing. It is a lot of laws. I think in theory we should have spent most of our authority more on just passing stuff faster, actually. We could definitely just increase taxes too. We have super high SOL. Yeah, we're just gonna increase per capita tax and stuff like this quite a lot. I'm like stressing like we already have the good tax situation. We like changed the tax situation because we are so ungodly rich. There's a unique building. Where is it? The tax department. Now we can't increase that. I don't think there's clerical... okay, clerical tax offices. Do something like that, which is a much more manageable figure, eh? And the investment pool is just monstrously growing. The problem is we can't... yeah, we can't get rid of it fast enough. Dude, the like, stimulus feeds into the investment pool in a way that you just, like, categorically can't, like, utilize, actually. The Quinine uprising we also can't put down, unfortunately, it looks like. Our 19 stack can't beat an 18 stack, the truth hurts. They don't even have that many skirmish infantry. Why are they just clapping our cheeks, dog? Are these guys just not employed up? I don't know if this is mod balance. I feel like a 3-to-1 ratio you should get in. Oh, we are getting in. Senior approval rating, nice. Big nice. We have many yeses. It's nice. Would you run, do a Taiwan run, generalist? Maybe. If people wanted it. We have a Panama run, which is kind of similar to, like, I think a vibe to a Taiwan run. That's the next run. To be honest, like, we've been focusing on Civ a lot, though. Because I'm trying to break into being dual game. That way, which, much to the chagrin of a lot of Victoria viewers, but, like, Victoria, in terms of, like, the player base is so low right now, relative to other times, that it just, like, I think it'd be easier for me to try and actually monetize and do this thing if I was able to, like, do 2 different games. Oh, what are we doing with it? Oh my god, I feel stupid. Didn't turn on all the labor-saving PMs. That's my bad. I don't think I could turn on rail in many of these places because there'd just be way too much. Maybe here? Nope. Nope. Now, we don't have, like, much industry or whatever on this. So we're gonna go with this. To be fair, though, in terms of efficiency per pop, mines aren't Better than explosives. We just don't have an explosive company. We have a mine company. So... we do have an available action here. Expedition of the 1,000. Spur pro-unification settlements. A rebellion in southern Italy. Let's go. So sad for the Bourbons, anyway. Don't mind us. I don't think that's inherently anti-left, but I get it. Yeah, I was just trying to... I think generally people on the left have a more empathy kind of basis that informs their politics. Is they beating out our subject? Why? What's going on? Bro, how were we not invited to this? Were we and we just missed it? We could just let them go, but... what happened here? I mean, we definitely don't want to allow Brazil to take over one of our subjects that is the most important subject, because it feeds a lot of things. Can you imagine how deranged someone who bases all their geopolitical opinions on empathy would have to be? Well, I mean, some people, I don't think it's deranged position, it's just not my position. That there is a basic level of human dignity that is appropriate. God, every single action we took, though, we just now, we have to undo or redo. God. I guess just the balance is just so wildly different that we just need to rethink everything. It's an insane deficit, yeah. I mean, it was after an insane positive run. We just started putting in some amount of government stuff. Super ran out of labor, and the government stuff pulled out guys from the trade centers, which are just ungodly efficient. So. Alright, let's swap up all our PMs, and then this. Okay, we side in here. Amazonia's not in there, which is curious. Actually, we super want Steam Donkey. Okay, we're super out of labor, so let's do the things again. And we will import prioritize on the... okay, we actually have the steel tools change in. Okay. Alright, let's get this stuff fixed up a little bit. Ugh, economy, please. No. No. Okay, that frees up. We'll call ally. If we could get investment agreement with anyone, this would be so good. Beggars can't be choosers, right? That's a rough one for Brazil. Okay, I guess we just need to mega increase our stuff. Sorry, chat. I've not been paying attention to you. Let's decrease that. Actually, that's a huge source of the pain, actually, right there. There we go. Pops get freed up. Economy starts coming back. As a weird lefty type, you're fine. Real leftism isn't predicated on empathy. It's predicated on the self-interest of the proletariat. I mean, I've met people who are motivated primarily by empathy. I always send us Fonkas if I see you live. Did you raid us? Did we miss the raid? Oh my god, do we not have notifications set up properly? It's not like this. I saw you use a raid a while ago. The Binks. Big nice. Thank you so very much. We'll import prioritize here. Huge volumes of trade, although I think it's just each of those things is bigger. Meritocracy is a left opinion, although I get how it's often associated spiritually with the left. You mean with the right? Leftists just want a system that rewards fairly those who work hard and not those who inherit it. Well, I mean, like, the super free trade people at the expense of, like, the human condition, I feel are more commonly associated with the right. But maybe I'm mistaken in that. Do we build into this? I actually can't tell. I think we need to delete more. I think this is actually the biggest source of pain here. Is this going to jump up again? Yeah. This is with Ecuador and Venezuela. So Venezuela we have to land, but these guys we can force into the clan. Let's decrease their autonomy and then enforce military access and then use that to actually enforce on Ecuador here. Victory has a weird modularity where you can enter in like a modern deficit spending, but just with no way to track it. I mean, I can track it by feel if it's not modded. But modded, I don't know what the vibe is. I can't feel it out. Maybe not a popular opinion, but I think using empathy to govern people is good. A lot of people think that. It's a position I disagree with. But it's not, I don't think it's like an incoherent position. It's one that's associated with the values. Like if empathy is a higher value, for me, freedom and meritocracy are particularly high values. So that's why it is informed by that. Jesus Christ, man. I wonder if the AI is also building a ton too. They must be building more than normal. Unfortunately, we can't really... Well, maybe we can kind of look to do rail transport on the logging specifically. That's going to be a relatively low quantity here, so... like, there it works. It doesn't work here because all the ownership classes here, and the ownership consumes a bunch of transport. Minus 30k, I feel like we can build into that. But maybe not. Someone ruined it? Oh no. I'd be fine watching you play if any of the other Paradox games. I'm just not a fan of Civ, and especially Civ 7. No, that's fair enough. I think that it's a matter of like growing a new audience. I've generally not done... I'm doing well with... better with Civ than I have when I played other ones, but I think that's because the Civ ecosystem is really open from a content creation standpoint. There's like one guy who's kind of big, and that's not from Civ 6, and then all the Civ 6 biggies, but they're like, yeah. Do you think Civ is going to be your second game? I don't know. Civ is like, the AI's got to get better for that to be like interesting over the long term. Like, it is trivial to just crush the AI on deity every time. Games are pretty niche for streaming, yeah. The fact that I was the only one doing Victoria 3 for like the longest time, like actual only one, except around patches. Around patches, all the other Paradox like streamers would like come in do like a run or two and then call it. But like, is it an indication of how small it is? Yeah. Too much mollycoddling is what got us here. Not like this. So we have to land them somehow. I mean, we have this 23 stack that has... So if we moved over 4 of artillery and the other thing, and 3 of this, then we will be able to... Also, getting this back helps us out a lot, because that makes our trade much better. It's not a treaty port anymore. Big sad. Oh, we maybe shouldn't... No, we should incorporate it. Is there another thing? Spur pro-unification settlement? Anyways. Oh, we could just keep pulsing that until they resorgamento. No, I just posted you in your strategy channel in the Discord. Ah, that makes sense. I was like, I didn't get a notification. I'm really bad about, like, the streamer stuff. Everything I know about Vic 3 I learned from your YouTube vids. Yeah. Thank you. Now there's a few other people doing it. In the Vic 3 ecosystem. But I feel like, in general, my viewership, like, stalled out since, like, last spring. It's basically been the same, like, a straight line across. The argument is not sound. If empathy were not a valid strategy in the Darwinian world, you would presume that people would be eradicated from the gene pool long ago. I mean, you can make the argument that in, like, modern society somehow not, like, not that this is my position, but modern society is not conducive to that. My issue is more that empathy coincides with people's perspective of morality. And that is, I think, subjective to the extent that what seems empathetic to one person is not going to seem empathetic to another. Whereas I think meritocracy and freedom are a bit more straightforward. Values to aim for is a big reason, like, a different access for, like, not liking empathy as a informing kind of sentiment. I think fairness and freedom are easier things to hit and / aim for. One day we'll form Italy. One day, chat. $50 free base construction, that can only have a huge effect on global economy. Think Prussian vassals. It's probably not worth annexing them, to be honest. You're probably just supposed to leave them. 50 free construction. Yeah, it's just like, everyone seems quite a bit stronger. Maybe it's just the free construction that's actually the reason why everyone's economy is so much bigger. But like, the British economy is enormous. Look at all these guys. Each one of these guys, 50 construction, right? It's just a huge, like, overhaul. I guess we need to think about it a little bit more. I'm kind of thinking, like, I don't like the overall vibe of this mod, but maybe I should give it more of a chance. Just a lot of the play patterns seem really non-intuitive. Like, look, we fired a bunch of people from the university and, like, completely U-turned our economy. And I guess migration is just, like, critically the most important thing. I think we might go with migration mandate first. Even. And then migration quota is based on infrastructure. We're gonna, in the capital, put this, well, we were gonna put it on auto expand. Oh wait, we grabbed the wrong thing. I think we're gonna resume construction. Yeah, now our economy, look at our economy now. It's growing by at such an enormous pace that we're outstripping the deficit, so... Also, Steam Donkey's gonna be huge. Don't we get the glass one alongside that? No? Bueller? Just the paper one? Maybe I just forgot to upgrade that. And then rotary valve engine. I think we have an interest down in Selangor. I think we have an investment agreement with them. But we could protectorate them, maybe? Actually, let's protectorate Burma. I think I've been kind of a fan of this generally now. Not if France is going to defend them. But France just believes in thumbing our pie for everyone. No, but they don't care if we go into Vietnam. That's cool. Classic. Hey, Generals, can I tell you about a mod that you're working on? Yeah. Shoot, go for it. How are we going, Generals? Pretty good. We're getting close to, we've been live a while, so we're probably getting close to winding down here. I kind of wanted to form Italy. I don't know if we get that before the end here. We were looking to push our military, but we started pushing the government spending, and we just collapsed everything, and we were just like, uh-oh. With regards to this mod, not quite... Don't quite have the light touch in regards to correctly evaluating some of this stuff, I suppose. Mass migrations are going to be a huge difference, though, here. Arguing to tradition is a well-known fallacy, and the Western world has profited from empathetic strategies a lot in the past 70 years. Well, I think that one of the ways in which you get international coordination is like those types of sentiments. Being able to empathize with other people is why you have less nationalism. I think nationalism kind of eventually leads to conflicts like the world wars in usual or often cases. Yeah, this pulse has to just be catastrophic for them, right? How is 14% starving, man? I guess the AI is using normal taxation strategies. Oh, this is the one that doesn't even work. Yeah, they won't become our subject because our war goal was bricked. Oh! It didn't get bricked. Hot damn. I think Tonkin is the capital. We maybe chill out a little bit until they just decay down a little. I'm not sure we can land push their thing. I guess we could try. We do not want to mobilize anything because that'll collapse our economy. It'll pull people from the trade centers. It's just like the goods, making the goods is just half the battle. And the other half of the battle is trading the goods. And this mod just super over rewards. Oh, what the hell? Let's get these guys teleported back. So 17. And then we need 9 more. So we'll move. We'll send these guys back to defend the proper HQ. And then these guys do the landing. Don't know why they're not defaulting to the Italy HQ, but okay, fair enough. Is that a giant jug of Arizona green tea? It was at one point. We fill it up with our drink mix now. Maybe it's the spreadsheets. Hey, Mercy. How's it going? The Empire's grown a little bit. This mod's a little crazy. This mod gives a free money modifier for trade that's like really, really, really big. Looks like we're about to get landed, so we're gonna have to delete the army to teleport it back. Oh, teleported the wrong way. No. Not like this. Alright, chat. We're just... we might just have to teleport everyone back. This 9 stack I don't think is going to be able to defend against the Portuguese fleet. Maybe they can. I guess we'll see. Oh, that's part of Occitania HQ? That's kind of annoying. Okay, so we're going to need to teleport everyone back. We? Oh, we have to just make another army. Because there's not enough general space. Two days, and they're in the Italy HQ. So now they can defend. And then we'll just put 10 in the Occitania HQ. Sorry, I'm trying to micro this out. Don't want to get, like, wrecked. So hopefully, nope. I was gonna say, hopefully we don't get wrecked, but we instantly get wrecked. Okay. It's time to pray the Spaghetti Wars. So we'll get the 36 stack on against their stack, and then our 8 stack will push them out like instantly. Check your trade centers. That's a Bonapartist France? I think that's the Bonapartist color, yeah. Yeah. You're a moron if you think other nations are suddenly dropping nationalism as we so generally drop all sense of self. Sounds like the great freedom of movement humanist. Well, I mean, post-World War II, everyone decided that, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that, and you made stuff like the UN, the United Nations, and an international sort of order was created. And in terms of the trajectory of wars before that event, and the trajectory of wars after, it was way more peaceful post. Right? Because you went from World War I, where you were like, oh, this is the worst thing ever, until World War II. And if there was an immediate following, even bigger World War III, like, there was a reorientation in terms of the trajectory of escalation that occurred, like, post, like, Victorian era, where everyone colonized, and then as their empires grew, they ran out of things to grow into, and then the inevitable conflict is between these imperial nations themselves. So... a little bit of some action here. Shiny still going strong, yeah. You think it's funny how this mod goes so hard on trade money when I feel like trade in vanilla is already fairly busted? Well, I think trade in vanilla is really weak, so I guess to some extent this mod is giving me like exactly what I want. That's not all those guys. The math is not mathing. The math doesn't math, chat. So we'll come back and do a landing, I guess. Like, if you're a trade league with both canals, you will make money. Well, that's... yeah, I mean, I guess. My mod was an alter history mod where a bunch of meteors fell in 1800 and depopulated Central Europe and some parts of Asia. That sounds like an interesting alt history mod. Is that a just premise for depopulating Central Europe and that's the mod? Or is that... like, deep diving some of that stuff where, like, there's also, like, a worse global climate as a result of, like, a global winter caused by meteors. Like, we hitting it with the flavor, or is this just depopulate Europe? What do I mean by trade is weak? You generally can't push levels of trade beyond, we gotta create a navy and then teleport our fleet. You can't create levels of trade really extending. It's not profitable to build convoys and then for the purposes of trade. And specialization, in order to get specialization, you need trade to be a thing, and it's just like not. So we teleport our navy. Weehee! Maybe, I mean, we have a video on specialization which talks about why trade is weak. And it's got like the Realms of Exther thing on the cover. And so maybe that would be an interesting thing to like watch in terms of, we have like a kind of an extended video on it. Not like this. God. So what we're gonna do now, chat, is we're gonna further exploit. We don't have enough organization to land. However, you just need max organization. You don't need that maximum to be 100. So now we will be able to land instantly with our 4 stack because they have less organization and less is more. Cool. We couldn't land with the 8 stack because the 8 stack didn't have max organization. By taking those off, we made the maximum the minimum of 25%. And so then we had enough organization to land there. This is pod racing. Oh, you see, the mod does look crazy. Just got back from playing Better Politics mod and Morgan Road together. Oh, I love that pairing. I love Morgan Road so much. It's a shame that it just makes the game lag into oblivion. I was playing as Austria and got annihilated in their version of the 1848 revolutions. Yeah, Morgan Road's so neat. It's just like... It's like, you can't play it deep. Unless you play as, like, a really weak start. But then if you play as a really weak start, like, you don't get to do the things as much. Because, like, I think that mod's a lot less interesting if you're not playing. Where's the 10 stack here? I mean the 7 stack. Dog, get out of here. Now the org can come back up. Making cheesecake while your stream is on. Thanks for the content and videos, journalists. Ooh, make a nice cheesecake, Tornado Nick. I think we're not getting election, or we're not getting. I think we're not getting Italy this stream though. Trade center and port just makes trade useless. Just better to focus 100 autarky at 100% of the time. Yep, you just build the entire same economy everywhere always. Is like and to the extent that you do trade, it's a very strange metagame where you are like conquering Denmark to have an adjacency with the North German Federation because only overland trade is like profitable, or you are making sure you conquer Amur up here so you get an adjacency with Russia and China. Like, it's built around this weird system where you, like, go for trade adjacencies because overland trade is free. That's more a problem with overland trade actually, like, being better than naval trade, and that's, like, a not very accurate from a simulation perspective. But there's not enough in there for you from overland trade. It's not substantive enough to actually make trade good. But you functionally can't specialize like you could before patch 1.5 and export to enable that specialization. A big part of this is also mappy, which we didn't really discuss, but the thing is that local prices, even if you have an advantage that you acquire from having a really large like throughput from economies of scale or from using an edict or from a company, it's still hard to overcome the fact that very often other countries, despite you dumping a bunch of goods in their market, because of the way local prices are changed, it's going to be more profitable for them to just build it themselves. And also, when you export, you get less of that profit yourself, which is why this mod, one of the axes upon which it's operating, is it gives like a lot of the bigger countries just macroeconomics off the start. So you have 95% mappy that allows you to trade. So like, I think the biggest part of this mod in terms of like thrust is like making trade really good. But they also have, I guess for the people who haven't been here very long, they have negative, negative tariffs. And what these negative tariffs do is they print free money. They make money out of nothing. It's a free money modifier. So, like, I believe tariff on the base price? I can't remember, because trade has not been good for so long that it's been a while since we've updated our trade knowledge. But I believe the tariffs are on base price. And so 20% of the base price of the good, when we are, for example, protecting the domestic supply and then we import it, we get 20% value of the price of the good from that trade. How is Sweden as a start? I would not recommend it for a beginner because you don't have all the resources and you run out of pops kind of quick. It's the first time playing either. Pretty fun combo. I wanted to try Better Politics mod after I seen a lot of comments on the feedback survey point to it. My friend also wanted to try Morgan Route, so we just combined. Yeah, so Morgan Route, actually, you might see Morgan Route feedback on your survey for today regards to narrative. Because I think Morgan Road is interesting in that regard. But yeah, I don't know if we mentioned Better Politics mod, but I think Better Politics mod is doing some good stuff in terms of like letting you like play like some maneuvering games, and some of the, I think that some of what they do achieves really good outcomes. I mean, in general, I think I like the Politics and Better Politics mod more than vanilla, but there's some things I don't like about it. I think that in terms of making something really scary to a new player, Better Politics mod is terrifying when you first open the menu. I think their HQ's in, or their capital's in Tonkin. So if this landing gets pushed out after it lands because a bunch of them pile up on the HQ, then we'll reland somewhere else. I'm not sure we're actually pushing up turmoil. I think trade is a bit stupid in this mod due to the fact that trade centers don't grow with trade route level, and convoys are basically infinite, which also affects non-trade parts of the game too. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to worry about a convoy for port connection or the other stuff very much. Spending 18,000, we have 21,000 trade routes, but port connections are completely irrelevant. Burger Gray's soft econ adjustments for this reason makes trade better, but doesn't remove all the costs of trade. I mean, for me, the free money modifier is a bit strange because it's like we don't actually care about the industry. The only purpose of the industry is to create goods so that we can trade them, I think. Because the 25% base price juice is an insane thing. If you were to just put this on, it's like a 20% output modifier almost. So you want to filter literally every good through that, so you just like have to trade as much as possible. I think we have export prioritization on these. I think we have it on lead as well. Nope, rip the dream. I think our economy just kind of explodes with the trade routes we just put in. Although we are at the wall, we are at the point where increase in GDP decreases reinvestment, but reinvestment hasn't mattered in a hot second. Because we have just so much reinvestment, it doesn't matter. Unless you're like a 90 IQ, BP isn't scary at launch. BPM. I mean, there's a lot of things to look at. I don't think that that's like... I'm not talking about an experienced Victoria 3 player. I'm talking about if someone's never booted up Victoria, if Better Politics mod was what you see if you played vanilla, that would be very intimidating. When you open this, and instead of seeing like 4 to 5 countries, because most countries start with a couple marginalized groups, so like 4 to 5 interest groups rather, you just see 30 would be like, I don't think that would be I think that'd be a bad new player experience. And I know some people who play Victoria 3, and they say that they opened that and then they were like, nope, on the mod. They're like, this is too much. Which I mean, I don't think it is too much, but like There's also like a free money modifier with like the tax or whatever. I looked it up. Tariffs are based on the goods price rather than market. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So base price countries in a market split them proportionally with their GDP, with the main market leader getting 25% minimum. I didn't know that second part. Proportionally with their GDP, with the market leader getting 25% minimum. Oh, that's interesting. So EIC scoops up most of the tariffs, even though the UK has the ownership and the power, because EIC will have a bigger GDP share generally. Not for the entire game, just at like towards the beginning. Han National Movement yet again rears its ugly head. We could try and pass Multiculti. It's not like -10 on everyone. We'll try and do this and try and bolster the movement. I don't think this is successful, but we're gonna get a reactionary movement, right? It's stupid how reinvestment got fucked the more your GDP increases. Like, bro, my capital should increase all the time instead of 1-to-1 of diminishing. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I think the reason that they initially put this modifier in is, like, no longer a consideration, so, like, I think that they should just take it out, but, like, it allows you to play kind of smaller countries a little bit better, but everyone starts out under 50 million. But the idea here is that when you're at 0 GDP, this will be a 3x multiplier in terms of reinvestment. And then when you're 50 million, it'll be 1, and everything above 50 million is also 1. But the math is such that, like, when you hit 37 million GDP, increasing your GDP actually decreases investment. So it creates this weird sort of wall where you, like, get gummed up around 37 million GDP always. Except for us, because we have 40 million in the investment pools, so the fact that our investment pool is getting less money is completely irrelevant. Because this has grown because the nature of the beast here. So, like, we're going to have to increase construction again, even though we're, like... Yeah. But this is going to fire off... This is going to fire off people who are working in the trade centers, which is really going to axe our economy. So it's going to be way more expensive than it looks. Not because each of these will cost about 5K, but rather because... it's going to collapse, like, our economy by quite a lot, just like employing up the pops. But that's why we're just going to go every labor-saving PM in the book, because we're out of labor. But, like, this, like, would go so hard if we were playing Qing and actually had available labor. But we do peasant just hyper fast with this mod. I think I don't like the overall vibe of this mod. But I like some of what it's doing a lot, but I dislike some of what it's doing a lot. I guess I'm pretty close to neutral on it, just like... Is there any labor-saving PM that we can get? Shift work's not going to be relevant, really. I guess in principle, the trade routes are obscenely useful, so we'll go this. Yeah, but as UK grows, it steals more from the tariffs. Yeah. I mean, it's best to not tariff in general, but... And then we're having issues here. I guess our pop is growing. Is it growing by a lot? Not really. We just have no available labor. Argentina getting moved to the Falklands and having Manifest Destiny to remake their lands. It was a much more wacky mod with a bunch of silly nations and interesting journal entries, kind of like Kaiserreich. Oh, I get you. Why do the devs have that GDP wall? The initial argument was it was supposed to represent foreign investment, that smaller countries or countries with low GDP would have more opportunity for foreign investment. Or this was the reasoning given for the investment bonus. And to act as a sort of like way of simulating foreign investment. So this was introduced in like 1.2, I think. But then after 1.7, you have foreign investment, so it's not necessary. Parabolic principles that give tariffs work for countries who are free trade. Interesting. I'm not sure if I learned that but forgot it, or never learned it. I mean, I know you don't want tariffs, so that's like a bad thing. Actually, I think this might have been something I complained about in terms of something being bad. Is it forced tariffs? No. I complained about something in someone's mod regarding tariffs. Tariffs are just like actively bad, so shout out to the USA. They're not like, okay, so like IRL, they're not like categorically bad. I don't know why we picked that option. We should have picked the other one. Oh, we're actually pushing in. Ayo, let's go. Let's try and land Tonkin up here to enforce. So almost at 50 million GDP. I wonder what the GDPs... We haven't taken a look at the ledger once. To see how well other people are doing. Okay, we're kind of popping off. I think this is kind of high for other countries. Russia never gets like that absolute bananas GDP. That must be a product of them having a bunch of additional labor and like some of the changes that they've are making. I'll bring that up. It does sound weird, maybe unintended. I think you could swing it either way, but like as a player, I would be frustrated because I think you're talking about internal trade principle that does this. And you like, well, so like one of the reasons we don't notice it is because we don't pay that much attention to trade anymore because it's so bad. Do I not have eyes? Oh, internal trade, never mind. Market unification and internal trade are similar, but internal trade is the one that's locked into the trade group, so I can't take a look at it. Tariffs are bad. Tariffs are awful. The more important thing in terms of what trade routes do for you is that they create buy and sell orders, which allow you to disproportionately skew your economy towards better industries, and make your industries more profitable. When you tariff, you will decrease the size of the buy and sell orders, so they're just like bad. I suppose maybe convoys are so bad that maybe I should take another look at tariffs, but this was the analysis before. Like, we have buy orders for iron, and 80% of our buy orders are exports. So the price of iron would collapse if we deleted all of our iron trade routes, and all of our iron mines would become unprofitable. Also, tariffs don't filter through free money modifiers, so they just go right to the state. If you go and you look at the buildings with the better trade laws, the trade centers will be owned by capitalists. Capitalists do get free money modifiers, and so you would rather filter the money through ownership than not. So taking a look at here, Piedmont, we see the ownership, capitalists. So to the extent that this building makes money, right, and that these guys have reinvestment, right, this reinvestment, the cash reserves and the dividends, these get spun into the economy unless we're taxing it. Often you could actually tax a very large percentage from the ownership class, but the reinvestment specifically here, gets filtered through free money modifiers because the reinvestment goes to the investment pool. It, in fact, right now, since we're under 50 million GDP, gets multiplied by 1.41x, but it'll also get multiplied, this modifier is multiplicatively effective with like the laissez-faire bonus of plus 25% or the happy industrialist bonus, and so you would rather the money get washed by the industrialists before you extract it than to just go straight to you, to some extent. Trade centers are giving convoys? Is that what's going on? I didn't even notice that. I know we have an obscene amount of convoys. They're giving convoys. Oh, this makes adjacency still good, because the adjacencies just give you the convoys to info ramp your... This is a mod. That and market unification too? Oh, okay. You're right. I almost called you Pelly, but you're Mercy. You're right, Mercy. I think this might be WAD Mercy. I would have to imagine. Maybe it's not. I mean, it's obnoxious. You can't turn it off, I suppose. Vic 3 would need to simulate drowning markets in goods to stifle industrialization, and then only then would trade protectionism be valuable for those instances. Kind of. It was valuable in 1.4. But it was valuable because you got to push the throughput. Which kind of was a similar thing. So it used to be you would put down one instance of the building and you push throughput, and you would just dump to another person's market, and then you could subsidize. And this was a strategy. I think it was kind of okay in multiplayer. It was bad in single player, but this would allow you to push throughput faster. And the thing is throughput. The returns on additional marginal throughput are smaller the less of it you have. So when you go from one throughput to two throughput, that makes the second building you build worth 104% of a building, right? Because you get the 2% extra throughput on the building, so it's 102% of the building, plus you get the additional... Sorry, it's worth 103% of a building. You also get the 1% throughput on the previous building. When you build your 50th building, you get 199% of a building, right? Because you get 1.5% of a building, but for the previous 49 levels of the building, you move those from 49 to 50%, so it's 199% of a building. So, specifically pushing throughput, especially once you get past the 30s, is really, really, really valuable. And so there was... I'm not sure how good it was, but it was something you could do, is you could subsidize in multiplayer and then force export tools. And this used to be good. Mappy killed this. But the idea is you would make their tooling workshops unprofitable so that you would be able to push it a little bit more. Their autocube wouldn't push it, and you would experience pain at the outset, but down the road you would get to the throughput breakpoints earlier. And so this was the idea. That one was interesting. I wasn't sure if that was... I felt that was probably not worth it, but as a strategy. But if someone did that to me in multiplayer, which I had happen once, I just put tariffs on them. And then I was like, now you can't do this anymore. That way I could push throughput, because the metagame was about pushing throughput back then. Now the metagame's about building local economies, and it's completely different. So there's no stockpiling goods in the game yet? Nope. There's no... Ooh, not yet. I'm gonna screenshot that. Spoilers. We got a leak. I mean, I think the devs have expressed a desire to make a stockpile system at some point, so I don't think it's really a leak. But yeah, stockpile would be really nice so that you could manipulate buy orders. I think that's kind of a low priority, I think, in my opinion. Or I think it should be a low priority. No, it's impossible to get foreign investment rights on someone else. Almost impossible. We can get it with the Papal States. There we go. Alright, we've broken the 6-hour mark. I think we wind down here. They haven't unified Italy yet. I guess we could do that tomorrow. I think that this the Risorgimento, like what we have here is or less than or equal to 80. Less than or equal to 80. That's a weird breakpoint. But okay. Genuinely speaking, everyone would benefit a lot if cannons subsidize the strategic cannon small arms reserve. I think military goods would like I think that would be part of a larger logistics rework, and I think that's like maybe a little bit less I think, did I miss a dono? Neutral good human, if you're still here, that was a while ago, and I missed the dono. Thank you so very much for contributing to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. I guess before we outro, we'll plug that we are still raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which provides non-lethal military equipment to Ukraine for the purposes of them defending their country. You can see here, money will go to stuff like radios and body armor, but they can't give lethal weapon because otherwise you can't be a charity. If you wanted to do this, the link is, we are raising the money through the Twitch, so you just go to our Twitch link down below, and in the bottom right corner, this is available. We will be outroing, so if you wanted to donate and have me read it out, I might be gone by the time you are doing it, so just a warning, I suppose. But we're going to look around on Twitch and see if we can find anyone who we want to raid. Well, Svanka's live. Svanka's live after sending some people our way. So why don't we send people back our way? And then, if anyone in the YouTube wanted to join, I will give the link, and then we will be on our way here. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe, do the YouTube algorithm thing. Other than that, have a good one. Bye-bye, everyone.